this red zone because we're going to have the drivers' meeting starting very soon. That's the technical term I've been given, very soon. So all the drive teams, please be in this area right here in front of me. And we'll begin the drivers' meeting very soon.
All righty, good afternoon, drive teams. Oh, I don't know if I heard anybody out there. I said good afternoon, drive teams. That's much more like it. I want to welcome you all to the First in Michigan FTC State Championship here in Grand Blanc. Who's excited to be here? All righty. Well, my name is Josh, and I'm going to be one of your FTAs for this event. As the FTA, it's my job to help you with technical components of the competition, like the playing field and troubleshooting your robot. So if you have any problems with your robot while you're out on the field, come see one of us in the FTA shirts over here. I'd like to start our drivers meeting today by introducing some of the other volunteers that you'll be seeing throughout the event. First and foremost, let's give a big warm welcome to our lead FTA for the Woody Flowers division, Jessica. And we've got two other FTAs with us today. They're going to be over on the Curie division. Everyone say, hi, Sean and Soren. All right. I'd like to also call out our field supervisors. On Marie Curie, that's going to be James. And on Woody Flowers, that's Gabe. Everyone say hi, James and Gabe. We're also joined by our FTAAs out here. They're going to be helping you set up for your matches. If you have any questions, you can ask them as well. That's going to be Dominic and Boaz. And if you need any help with your robot while you're in the pit, I'm going to tell you, look for someone with an orange hat, or maybe just start yelling, Mike, because our two CSAs for this event are Michael and Mike. Somewhere. And of course, last but most certainly not least, we have our head referees. On the Marie Curie division, everyone say, hi, Siraj. And over here on your Woody Flowers division, everyone say, hi, John. All right, that's enough introductions, don't you think? Let's go on and cover a few important points. The first thing I want to mention is our field logistics. When you're in the pits and in the competition area, you need to have your safety glasses on and closed-toed, close-heeled shoes. So no Crocs, no flip-flops, no diving flippers, anything else that you got, make sure it's closed-toed and close-heeled out here. I'm going to throw it over now to Jessica, who's going to go over our queuing. Once you get out to the field, what are you going to do?
All right, thank you, Josh. So when your team comes to the field for your match, when you queue, regardless of what division you're on, you're going to enter the field right over here. You and your robot are first going to follow the yellow lines. This is our path we're following. When we get to the point where we see a split on the floor, our Woody Flowers division is going to continue following the yellow line. Thank you, John. If you are on Curie, you're going to pass in front of the scoring table and come around with your robot too. Thank you, Sean. All right, but we're on Woody Flowers for this example. So me and my robot are going to keep walking this way. Do-do-do-do-do. We are going to check in with our queuer who is at our queuing tables. When the field is cleared and you're invited on, you and your robot are going to set up for your match. So in this instance, robot, we are on which alliance right now? Red Alliance. So which side of the field does my robot go on? The opposite side. So come on, robot Sean. We're going to set up our robot in a legal starting position. Amazing. Now me as another member of my drive team. Yeah, let's give Sean a round of applause for setting up properly. Great, thank you. So me as a member of my drive team, I'm going to get my driver hub set up. And my team wants to preload some artifacts. Does your team want to preload some artifacts? And where should we take those from? Should I take them from right here in the corner in my loading zone? No. I'm going to take them from my tray, right? Yes? Okay, so I'm going to grab my up to 3 artifacts, if I can hold them in one hand. Amazing. And I'm going to carefully re-enter the field and preload my robot. Woo, Sean, all right. I'm going to come back, or whoever else is on my drive team is going to get my autonomous or whatever set up. And what's the last step we need to do? Initialize, thank you. And once you've initialized, you are going to give whoever your FTA is on the field a nice thumbs up. Say, I'm ready, right? Okay, if you're not ready, that's okay, but you have to tell us that, okay? We want you to be ready, so that's why we're checking. Okay, after you're ready and every other team is ready, we are going to randomize the field. And, okay, here comes my random helper. Okay, we've started the randomization process. Woo, purple, purple, green. Okay, that doesn't matter though. After we randomize, what are we not doing? Touching our controls, entering the field, going to check on our robot again. Maybe we forgot to preload. We can't preload if we've already randomized, okay? After we randomize, we are totally hands off. So that's kind of our match start procedure. After the match starts, me and the other FTAs would love to help you troubleshoot any problems you have, but we can only help you from outside of the field. Just like you, we cannot reach in, maybe tip up any robots that fell over, things like that. But we can help you from outside the field, and we will also be keeping an eye on any potential field issues and following the official field mitigation guidelines on fixing anything in match if that's applicable. After the match is over, the head referee is going to give a signal to clear the field. It might look kind of like that. That is your sign to go get your robot. So I'm going to come get my robot. And we are going to load off of the field, and our cart will be over at our queuing tables. I'm going to pause here to talk about cart placement. This is more in the setup, but we can talk about it now. When you're when you are leaving your cart behind, it's going to stay at the queuing table. When you follow that initial coming in, we're going to leave our carts at the queuing table, out of the walkway, and somewhat like touching the table. We want to keep a nice clear path for people to walk around. We got that? Carts at the queuing table. Amazing. Then we're going to take our robot and our driver station, and we are going to follow the exit flow. There's arrows going this way. Cuers can help guide you, and everyone is going to exit out this side. We got it? All right, that's what I got from match flow. I'm going to toss you to Josh.
Alrighty here, we got a couple event policies to go over. It'll be real quick, and then we're gonna turn you over to our head referee, John, to go over some of the rules. But before we do that, I just wanna remind everyone that today is about learning and having fun. So let's please exercise gracious professionalism and be patient and kind to other teams competing today, your own teammates and coaches, and other volunteers. We're all here to have a great experience today. If you believe that there might be something wrong, please go ahead and say something to one of us. We'd love to make sure it is made right. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Sean, who's going to go over a couple other things about the event.
Thanks, Josh. So the next thing I'm going to cover is that both I and all of our FTA compatriots and our head referees can only talk to students in the drive team, and only the drive team are allowed in the competition area. If your team has a question for the field staff or the head referee, please send a student to represent your team in the question box, which is right here for the Flowers division, and similarly placed on the other side for the Curie division. So again, student representatives that are on the drive team or have the drive team button can come here to ask questions about rules, scoring, technical issues, or so on to the head referees or FTAs. I will also ask to remind everyone in this room, including the teams and the spectators, that Wi-Fi hotspots are not allowed in the gym. That's to help facilitate the best competition possible. Cellular data is okay, but please do not broadcast a hotspot or connect to anyone else's hotspot. And then last thing for me is we'll be pushing live event results to ftc.events, and you can look up the event code for both Flowers and Curie at ftc.events. That's a website. And streaming to YouTube, so you can let the rest of your team know about that as well. That's all of my announcements, and remember, if you have any questions or concerns throughout the day, we're here to help, and just come ask. With that, we're gonna pass it off to our head referee, John, who's gonna talk about rules and scoring.
Good afternoon. How are you all doing? Awesome, awesome. My name is John Kenfield. I am your head referee for the Woody Flowers division. I am also going to be handling the head referee portion of our drivers meeting. Just quick little bit about me. This is my 20-something year as a head referee for FTC. So I've been doing this for a little bit of time. This is my, I don't even know what event this year, probably like 5th, 6th, something like that. So I've been doing this game quite a bit already, both within league structure as well as qualifying tournaments. So I have seen a lot of you already, and you know me, which is awesome. If you are a student on our drive team, raise your hand. Awesome. Welcome to all of you to States. Again, just a quick reminder, if you have a question for us on the field, okay, make sure that one of you, those students on the drive team, comes up to our question boxes, okay? The head referees are only allowed to talk to students. That being said, mentors on the teams, raise your hands, all the mentors. Thank you all for all of your support. Without you, we could not be doing this. That being said, I encourage all of you to come up and support your students in the question box. Please, come up, be with your student, okay? We want you there, but remember that you are there to be a silent observer and to be there as like support for your student, not the person asking the questions, okay? So make sure your student understands what the question is, and it'll make everything go a lot easier. If you have to talk to the student, that's fine. That's not an issue. Just remember that we're not allowed to engage with the mentors. A few things that we've noticed a lot this season that we don't want to see here at States. G417A and G418B. Unfortunately, I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with those two rules. 417A is touching your opponent's gate. 417B is removing artifacts from the ramp. So please make sure that you do not hit your opponent's gate, and even worse, release any of their artifacts if you do, okay? Every artifact that is scored is a major foul, okay? So remember, there's a very large potential to get 10 major fouls from one simple little touch of your opponent's gate, okay? So remember to not do that, please. Some of the other things that we've seen a little bit, remember that in order to qualify for leave points, you cannot be over the white launch tape, okay? So the white tape that denotes the launch zones, you can't be over that if you're getting leave points, okay? And that's during autonomous. In terms of your base, remember that to get base points at the end of the match, those are scored at T equals 0. There is no momentary, there is no end of the buzzer. It is T0 is when that score occurs, okay? So if you are not up or whatever, right, to get a full park, if you're partially out at T0, you're partially out when we score it, okay? We are going to be very strict about that. There's been a lot of discussion about that in Q&As and things like that. So we are going to be making sure that that is how we are enforcing that rule here. Our big thing is to get all of you ready too for if you advance out to either Worlds or one of the premier events, right? And we want to make sure that however you're getting things played here is how you can expect to see them at those further events. In terms of human players, who here is a human player for your team? Awesome. That's actually how I got my start on a drive team back when I was in high school. So awesome job, all of our human players. Remember, human players, you're not allowed to touch an artifact that's touching the robot, okay? So when you go to put an artifact into your robot, we suggest you drop it into your robot, right? Or roll it and don't let it leave your area, but have it so that the robot comes and picks it up or something like that, depending on how your robot's set up. Because you can't touch an artifact that's touching your robot. It's a major foul if you do. If you end up touching the robot itself, you'll end up getting a yellow card, which yellow cards aren't the end of the world, right? But you don't want to get a second one because then it escalates up to a red card. And we don't want any red cards here, right? Okay. Okay. I think that's all the big highlights that we really wanted to hit with you. Do any of you have questions for us? If you have a question, come right down here to Jessica, and she'll help facilitate that for us, okay? Yep, just come right down if you have a question.
Questions for the head referee? Come find me right here. We'll form a line, get through as many as we can in our time here.
With the rule for contacting robots, there is a box that says incidental and non-consequential actions may not be penalized. How will that be interpreted?
I shut my mic off. It will very much depend on the action as we see it. It's really hard to speculate on that, and it's really hard to give you a firm answer for something that is very much a visual kind of thing, right? It's inadvertent and consequential. It means that like it's not intentional and things like that, right? So it's going to very much depend on what the referee sees at that time. So it's really hard to make a call like that.
Are we allowed to roll an artifact from the ground into our robot's intake if it does not leave the area of the human players? Like,
as long as it does not leave that loading zone and your robot is partially in the loading zone, right? Yes, that is legal.
Okay, thank you. You ready?
Our question is about intentionally in the protected area enforcement under G 210, forcing fouls, and the protected area contact rules G 424 to 427. What specific observable criteria will you use to decide whether contact is incidental versus an intentional forcing action intended to manufacture penalties? For example, this happened in a real match. A robot made sustained contact and physically pushed an opponent into a gate in a protected area context, yet the penalties were assessed against the robot that was pushed. In situations like that, how would you determine whether to keep the penalties on the contacted robot under G 424 to 427, or instead treat it as forcing maneuver against assigned responsibility under G 210?
So there was a lot to that question, right? And I appreciate you asking it because that is a great question. Again, that's one of those, the referees will know it when we see it kind of things, but I'm going to give you some examples, okay? So if blue robot is all the way over here and pushes a red robot halfway across the field, let's say, right, into their gate, that's likely going to escalate up to G210, right? However, if a red robot is hovering right over there and a blue robot is actively trying to play the game here, and they touch the red robot, and that red robot then releases the gate in the ramp, that's likely going to be called against red, okay? So it really depends on a lot of the actions that we're seeing from the teams playing that match, distance and things like that, and there's a lot of different things that come into play there. So I can't give you a great firm and hard rule as to how we're gonna call it, but those are things to keep in mind, right? So how often things are happening in a match, distance that a robot gets pushed or something like that, right? If a referee hears someone say, go push them into that thing, right? That's pretty obvious that that's the intent there because we heard them say that. So a lot of little things like that come into play when we make those decisions. So I can't give you a firm answer on that, but hopefully that helps answer your question.
Just a clarifying question. If I am on the Red Alliance and I go into the Blue Alliance pickup zone and the Blue Alliance robot touches my robot, is that a penalty towards me?
Yes, it is. So if you are a Red Alliance robot in the Blue Alliance loading zone, be careful because if Blue comes in there and trying to play the game, you are liable to get penalties called.
Okay, thank you.
What is a pin?
That is a great question. The question about what is a pin. A pin is when a robot is stuck up against something and cannot move in its intended orientations, right? And so you will see us start calling the pin when we see the pin start occurring. It may not be at the point that you start seeing the pin occurring because you're watching your robot, right? We're watching the whole field. So we may not see it immediately, but as soon as we see it, we will start calling it, and it's when a robot can't move up against something like a hard stop.
Thank you.
When shooting during autonomous, is it okay for a part of our robot to be over the shooting zone even though the wheel isn't touching, or will those points not count?
So only a portion of your robot is over the tape?
Yeah.
As long as a portion of your robot is over the tape, you are considered in the launch zone, okay? However, remember that if that is where your robot ends, you don't get leave points, okay?
Yeah.
So you do have to be careful about that. But yes, as long as a portion of your robot is over the white tape, the two taped out triangles, you are in the launch zone.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm our driver. So if I were to get a bloody nose or something during a match, what would happen?
So if a medical emergency occurs during a match, there's a very high likelihood that we would stop that match immediately as it is safe to do so, and we will handle the medical emergency at that time, and then replay the match when appropriate.
All right.
So yeah.
All right, thank you.
All the way back at the end there, Apex Warriors, at the end of our line, you're going to be the last person that we take at the very longest. We may have to cut it off before you, though, okay? But you will be the last one that we are currently accepting in the line.
Yeah.
We know, 2 o'clock.
So just a clarifying question. In 10.5.3, it explains robot scoring criteria. So to qualify for leave points or autonomous, can it be still in a launch zone while not over a launch line and still be counted as leave points?
Yes, launch zone is fine as long as you are not over the white tape line.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I just want to get some clarification on when you guys will be using video replay.
There is no video replay ever. First does not allow us to review video, interpretive dance, pictures, drawings, or anything else of that sort. So if you do have a question about something that occurred that you think is not correct, I strongly recommend you come up with a paper copy of the manual if you have it. That is going to be the best way, or at least the rule number so that we can have a conversation in the question box, knowing what rule that you have a question about. But there is never an opportunity for a video replay.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a question about, like, are you able to stop your robot during auton, like it's programming?
So the question, just so I can make sure that I got it right, is if you are allowed to hit stop on your autonomous program during autonomous?
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as it's not for strategic reasons, really, but like safety of the robot, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
All right, thank you.
I need rule clarification on rule G408 because we got penalized at a qualifier because we had momentary control for more than 4 artifacts.
Give me 1 second, because I want to make sure that I got that correct in my head, what you just asked, okay?
He'll answer it in just a second. Okay, I guess I get this one. So, for G408, more than momentary control. So more than momentary essentially means like if you move, the 4th artifact moves with you, like it's stuck in your mechanism, it's somewhere in your chassis. So for that, we get the minor foul for possession, and then it escalates if enters the top of the goal. Could they hear me? Could they hear me? Could they hear me? Oh, okay.
If there's a penalty, but the ref doesn't see it, does it still count? If there's a penalty and the ref doesn't see it, does it still count?
Yeah. So the question was, if there's a penalty and the ref doesn't see it, does it still count? So sometimes the ref might see things, but not necessarily flag it right away. So if you have a question about a penalty that may or may not have been called, we'd love to talk to you in the question box, and we'll discuss with the referees and go from there and talk about what we saw and whether or not we called it or if it should be called.
Are we allowed to pick up balls or even enter the secret tunnel zone? Are we allowed to pick up balls in that?
Hold the mic closer, it's really hard to hear you.
Are we allowed to pick up balls or enter the secret tunnel on the opposite person's team?
I'll show you the Q&A. What did you say?
Are they allowed to enter the secret tunnel? You are allowed to enter your opponent's secret tunnel. However, you do have to be careful to avoid violating the rules around that.
Okay.
Let's say that there's a ball stuck in my robot. Can I use another ball to dislodge the ball in the robot without actually touching the bot?
So the question was about whether or not you could hold one artifact to dislodge another artifact that's in contact with the robot. The answer is no, because that's still transitive contact to your robot, okay? So there is a penalty for that.
So, if I open another team's gate and no balls come out, how many foul points would that be?
If you touch your opponent's gate, it's a major.
If it's opened but no balls come out, how many foul points would that be?
It's 15 foul points for the major penalty if you contact your opponent's gate at any point in time.
And during a game, let's say if your battery or your expansion hub or your control hub starts malfunctioning or dies or something like that, or your control disconnects, what would happen after that?
So if there's a robot malfunction, we will make sure you try and get the attention of our FTAs on the field. They will try and help you out as best they can during the match. However, typically most robot malfunctions, like the ones you described, are not cause for a replay or anything like that.
Okay.
Can the human player have their hand on artifacts inside the loading zone if there are already 6 artifacts outside of the loading zone?
That is a great question, and I actually meant to talk about that, so thank you for asking it. The question was, if you have your 6 artifacts in the tray and you want to touch or interact with the artifacts in the loading zone, that is perfectly legal so long as you do not take them out of the field, okay? Or violate any other rules around loading zone interactions.
I just wanted to clear up. So if I was the Red Alliance and I went in the Blue Alliance parking zone and the Blue Alliance tapped me, it would be a foul point, right?
Yeah, so the question was about contact inside the base zone. We're going to assume that this is during endgame, correct?
Yes.
There is a major penalty, as well as Blue gets a full park for that robot that was in contact.
Okay, so also what if the Red Alliance, I was not in their zone, but I was heading to my zone in endgame, and then what if I was traveling here, and then I was traveling this way to get to my parking zone, and then the Blue Line spot, they come and hit me, and I move towards the parking zone, and then there's contact in between. But if they moved me, and then
So that gets into the G210 question that was asked earlier. It's really going to depend on how far away it is and some other things as to whether or not that penalty ends up on you or your opponent.
And do those same rules apply to the secret tunnel movement?
What was that?
So these same rules with the base, do the same rules apply if I was a Red Alliance bot and I was in the blue secret tunnel? Well, if I was not, but they hit me and we made contact while my bot was in the secret tunnel?
So it's really hard for me to answer that fully. However, all of that is addressed in the manual, okay, along with pictures of what you can and cannot do over there, okay?
Alrighty, well, that's about all the time we have for our drivers meeting today. We're going to be starting opening ceremonies at 2. If you are in qualification match number 1 or 2, we're going to need you to queue up before opening ceremonies. So please be down here by 1:55.
And I'll help you out with that. So the teams that we have for the Woody Flowers division in match 1 is 11231, 7085, 8579, and 16808. And then match 2, 12467, 18965, 22305, and 13002. And then on the Curie division, those teams in matches 1 and 2 are 21791, 21331, 12459, 5289, and then match 2, 13684, 23392, 23026 and 25091. We will see you all back here at 1:55. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michigan. Now, this isn't the normal morning routine. You should have a lot more energy than a sleepy morning. So let's try that again. Good afternoon, Michigan. All right. Well, welcome to First Tech Challenge and Decode, presented by RTX, which of course is part of the First Age season presented by Qualcomm. You know, FIRST is a global robotics community, and I think you already all know that. And it's preparing students for the future in STEM. So we engage students in pre-K through 12 in various STEM activities. We use a robotics competition to do that. We have a whole suite of programs. There's the FIRST Lego League for the younger students, FIRST Tech Challenge, which you're familiar with, and then at the high school level, we have the FIRST Robotics Competition. But this weekend, we're going to focus on FIRST Tech Challenge. Now, FIRST Tech Challenge started back in 2005, and it has grown to over 8,000 teams in over 55 countries worldwide. And you all are a part of that movement. So give yourselves a huge round of applause for making that happen. Now, this is going to be an exciting weekend. We're at a new venue this year. I can't wait to see all the teams. We have 72 teams here this weekend. And out of those 72 teams, we're going to send 9 onto the World Championships and 14 onto a premier event. So who thinks they're going on to the World Championship from here? All right. Fantastic. You know, because this season is all archaeology themed, we're asking students to dig deep and use their STEM skills and their creativity to design, build, program, and drive their robots. But all of this takes a lot of sponsorship. So we've got lots of sponsors. One of the season-long sponsors this year is RTX, and they have a short welcome video. So why don't we take a look at that right now?
Welcome, First Tech Challenge teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Decode season. This is an amazing program. Nearly 100,000 students across 81 countries develop STEM skills, practice engineering principles, and explore the value of teamwork in First Tech Challenge. Through the RTX collaboration with FIRST, we hope our work inspires you to think about how technology can be used to not only prepare for the future, but to also learn from the past. Now my colleague Amanda will show you some incredible technologies that are currently being used by archaeologists.
Check it. Thanks, Dantea. Here in Portsmouth, Rhode Island, RTX's underwater acoustics capability is similar to the technology archaeologists use to locate, image, and map ancient sites and artifacts. Synthetic aperture sonar uses an artificial array of transducers to scan the seafloor, collecting data to form an ultra-high resolution picture. These images reveal the shape and size of objects, like shipwrecks, in much more detail than traditional sonars. And from the sky, archaeologists use remote sensing techniques to research past societies and cultures. RTX unlocked the next generation of remote sensing by using digital engineering to produce sensors that are smaller, lighter, and more capable for a variety of Earth observation missions. Traveling on satellites, these imaging instruments provide maximum resolution imagery from space. Working with NASA, RTX is designing a new remote sensing instrument to identify land patterns like crop production, mineral mapping, and forest management. Right now, RTX engineers work in 30 countries, focused on things like advanced avionics, directed energy, electric propulsion, hypersonics, and quantum physics.
These are only a few of our industry-leading projects at RTX that allow us to see further and in more detail than ever before. Working with this year's First Tech Challenge teams has been energizing and impactful, and your passion for inventing is second to none. Whatever the outcome of today's competition, you're all having an impact. Best of luck, teams.
Let's give RTX a huge round of applause for sponsoring this season of First Tech Challenge. I'd also like to point out a few other sponsors. You're going to see their names above our fields. So let's give a huge thank you to General Motors, DTE Foundation, Consumers Energy, and Hilux. Let's hear it for those folks as well. Now, do we have any 8th graders out there? 8th graders? All right. You know, this doesn't have to be the end of robotics. When you finish FTC, you have a chance to move on to the FRC program, or the First Robotics program, in high school. So just keep that in mind. And to point out how alumni continue on, could I have the alumni of the programs, whether you're coaching or a volunteer, could I have first alumni please stand and wave for a second? Thank you for coming back and giving back to the program. Let's give them a huge round of applause. I'd also like to ask all the parents, teachers, mentors, coaches, and volunteers, stand up for a second. Parents, teachers, mentors, coaches, volunteers. Let's give these folks a huge round of applause for everything they do. It's not easy. Thank you so much for supporting us all. You know, with that said, I just want everyone to keep in mind the first ethos of gracious professionalism. Now, does everyone know what gracious professionalism is? Yeah? All right, it means trying your hardest, but also respecting the competitors, the other teams, the other students, the volunteers. So I want you to make sure that you keep gracious professionalism at the top of your mind this weekend. So can you all promise that you'll remember to consider the others and really make sure gracious professionalism is an important part of the weekend? Can I hear that? Yeah? All right, I hope so. You know, to go over a little bit more about gracious professionalism, the ethos of FIRST, we have a couple of our program leaders who made a video. So we've got a short video from Rachel Moore and Colin Fultz to explain gracious professionalism.
I'm Rachel, and this is Colin. We're both FIRST alumni, and together we lead FIRST Tech Challenge. We'd like to talk about something that's important and part of the ethos of FIRST programs, gracious professionalism.
If you've never heard the term before, gracious professionalism is kind of like good sportsmanship, but instead of only describing how to behave when you compete, it can apply to all aspects of your life. Gracious professionalism is a way of doing things that encourages high-quality work, emphasizes the value of others, and shows respect for individuals and the community.
FIRST is a small cross-section of the real-life opportunities that each of you will have to make decisions which reflect gracious professionalism. Practicing gracious professionalism doesn't have to be large, sweeping gestures. Instead, it's the little choices that each of us makes when no one is watching that all combine and fuse together to form our collective culture. You already know how to compete hard, and you know how to be kind. Think about how your actions make others feel and how that makes you feel.
Your team probably plans strategy before the season and before each match. You can do the same exercise for how you will handle challenging interpersonal situations that might come up throughout the season. You won't always get it right, and that's okay, because gracious professionalism is a journey, not a destination. It's something we should strive to practice every day. When we make a mistake, we should own it, offer a sincere apology, and attempt to make amends. Then, find ways to do better in the future.
FIRST can be challenging. It's supposed to be. And that means that at times during this season, you may feel pressure and experience stress. In those difficult times, it might seem easier to be selfish or only take your own interests into account. After all, even if you do everything the right way, there's only a handful of teams that will win their last match of the season and be celebrated as world champions. But while there's a limited number of championship trophies, there's no such limit on the number of teams who will have a successful season. Don't waste your time on being envious of others' success. Ask questions, challenge yourself, learn from others, and share your own knowledge.
FIRST programs would not be possible without the time committed by tens of thousands of caring adult volunteers, including team coaches and mentors. As FIRST alumni, we know the impact that mentors and coaches can have on a young person's life. Mentors and coaches are key to establishing and maintaining a team culture. On behalf of more than 100,000 FIRST Tech Challenge students, thank you for all that you do. Aristotle once said, Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. This season, we hope you have the opportunity to educate both. Good luck.
Fantastic, and I hope we all take that message to heart this weekend. I'd now like to welcome our first guest speaker today. Please welcome, representing Michigan's 24th District, State Senator Ruth Johnson.
Good afternoon, and I just want to thank you so much for having me here today. I want to thank Jacob and the Lake Orion High School First Robotics Competition Team for inviting me here personally. It's so great you're helping out with the middle school First Tech Challenge State Championship. I was wondering if you are a STEM student, excuse me, if you're one of the students here, would you please stand so I can see who you are? The middle school STEM kids, please stand up. I'm told we have around 600 kids here today that are part of this, and I can't thank you enough. I'd like to thank the parents, the teachers, and every one of you that are here that are supporting these kids, these students. I live just 15 minutes from here, and before I was a senator, I was the Michigan Secretary of State. And with that job, I got to travel all around the state of Michigan. We have so many great people in this state and so many wonderful things going on. I serve on the Education Committee in the Senate, and I got my degree in K through 9 for education. It's so, so important right now. Education has always been a passion for me. Nothing is more important for success than a good education. And STEM is so vital for today and for our tomorrow as a state and a country. The first challenge helps to engage all of our young minds, and I'm so proud of everything you've accomplished to get here to the state championship. There was a famous scientist that maybe not all of you students know, but I'll bet your parents do. His name is Carl Sagan. And he was an astronomer and a biologist. He once said, "Science is a way of thinking much more than it is a body of knowledge." I think that's a fabulous quote. In all of the first programs, you're not just learning information, you're learning how to think, how to be creative, how to problem solve, how to work as a team, how to communicate with each other and your teachers and your peers. I can't tell you how valuable that is for the rest of your life. For each one of you, as you continue your education, and you go on to college or vocational training and go out to your jobs and careers, you will take each one of these skills with you that will make you successful. It's not just valuable for you, but for our whole society. It's great to learn, but I'm proud of all of you here today for being like Carl Sagan. That means you just don't stop at learning all the facts we know today. You don't stop learning what other people already know. You explore, you create, you invent, and that is incredible. So I wish you all great competition, and thank you so much for letting me join you here today.
Well, thank you, Senator Johnson. I'd now like to introduce our second guest speaker. It's a senior manager at General Motors. Please welcome Dr. Miguel Saez.
afternoon, everyone. I want to start by giving a big round of applause to all the volunteers that make this event possible today. I know that there are hours and hours of effort, so thank you for your outstanding work. It's key to make this happen. I want to start by welcoming all the students, coaches, all the mentors, the families that make this event possible here in Grand Blanc. We're here today. I am honored to celebrate the innovation, collaboration, and the incredible talent that the students are showing in this room today. As Brian said, my name is Miguel Saiz. I'm the Senior Manager for Global Automation for General Motors. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to support this event that shows the belief that we have to invest in our future, in science, in technology, and the education for the students in these teams. Today, it's more about the robots. They are cool, they're fun to watch. It's an exciting competition. But the true value, it's about learning how to think, learning how to solve problems, learning how to work together, and learning how to find answers even when the questions are not clear. Every team here has spent months and months designing, building, coding, improving their robots, and they've learned that failure is just part of the process of innovation. And at the end, it's a journey that requires perseverance to achieve great things. At General Motors, our vision of zero crashes, zero emissions, and zero congestions aligned with that mindset, that it just requires us to build that resilience, creativity, and courage, and teamwork to achieve great things. The robots that you're going to see today and tomorrow represent and embody the future of technology, mobility, and the problem-solving spirit that will shape our future. Events like this show us what's possible when schools, families, communities, and the industry partners come together to support our youth, support our students, and help them learn that problem-solving, creativity, and the systematic way of thinking. To all the students, you should be proud of yourselves. What you've accomplished in these few months, it's amazing. As Brian said, along the competition, please remember to exhibit that gracious professionalism that would definitely take you places. You will face challenges. As part of the competition, you will have challenges, but it is important to think that every challenge is going to help you grow and prepare to achieve even greater things. To all the teachers, mentors, and volunteers, thank you. Thank you for inspiring the students. Thank you for supporting their curiosity, and thank you for donating your time and energy to make this event a reality. And for the families, for the parents, for all the support group, thank you for encouraging the students, because it is your support that makes this event possible and keeps the students and all the kids engaged in the program. With that, I want to kick off this event. Please remember to have fun, support each other. Good luck to all the teams, and let the robots roll.
Fantastic. Thank you. Now we're about ready to play Decode, presented by RTX. Now, who here knows how the game is played? Yeah, all right. Is there anybody who doesn't know how the game is played? All right, I've got a few folks out there probably showing up because they're all excited. We made it to the state championships. We want to see how the teams are doing. Well, we've got a short animation to explain how the game is played. So why don't we take a quick look at that right now? Now, I know that was quick. Did you get it all? Yeah? If you have any questions, just ask somebody in the stands. They can probably explain what's going on. All right, a few groups of folks I want to introduce. First group are the folks back here in the yellow shirts. These are our judges, and today they are led by our judge advisors, Jennifer Solarius and Mary Hayden. Now, the judges have an extremely difficult job. They have to figure out who's going to win awards at the end of the competition tomorrow. So I know they've been doing interviews already, but they'll be walking around in the pits asking questions. They'll be out here on the fields to watch matches. So they want to hear all about your successes, but they also want to hear about your challenges and how you overcame them. So let's give the judges another huge round of applause. Thank you, judges. The next group of folks that I'd like to reintroduce you to are our FTAs, our Field Technical Advisors, and they lead a team of technical experts to make sure that everything is running well. We've got 4 FTAs here with us, and you met them in the driver's meeting: Jessica, Soren, Josh, and Sean. And of course, I'd like to introduce our referees. And today they're led by our 2 head refs, Suraj and John. Now, the referees are here to make sure that everyone has fun and plays by the rules. Now remember, their rulings are final. There are no video replays, but if you do have a question, there is a question box process that they laid out in the driver's meeting. Follow that and ask them questions if you have any concerns. So let's give the refs another huge round of applause. And finally, I'd like to introduce you to your event and volunteer coordinators this weekend, Ian and Mary. I saw Mary down there. Where'd Ian go? Ian and Mary are our event, there we go, our event and volunteer coordinators. Let's give them a huge round of applause for pulling this all together and taking care of us all. Thank you, Mary and Ian. All right, schedule. We're going to start qualification matches here in just a few minutes, and we'll play qualification matches until the end of the day today. Tomorrow, we'll be back. Opening ceremonies is at 8. We'll do more qualification matches, and then we'll do alliance selection. After alliance selection, I believe we'll take a break for lunch, and then we'll come back and do playoffs. Now, at the state championship, if you haven't been here before, we will run the Woody Flowers division and the Marie Curie division as almost like 2 different events. There'll be a 6-team playoff on both sides, and we'll get it down to a winning team on each division. After that, each division will send their winning alliance over here to the Woody Flowers field, and we will play an interdivisional championship, best 2 out of 3, and we will give a winner at the Southeast Michigan State Championship. During all of this, we're also going to be handing out awards, so don't wander off. We got to find out what the judges did all weekend. We want to find out what awards they're handing out. So that'll be tomorrow. And a quick note on safety. Just remember, if you see something that doesn't seem safe, let one of the volunteers know so we can handle it. Also, if you do have an issue and you need to get a hold of first aid, go to pit administration and they can contact Brian, our first aid person here this weekend, and he'll come over and help out. But if you go to pit admin, they can contact Brian. Also, we want to make sure that this is a fun, safe, nurturing environment. So if you see anybody struggling, just check in with them or tell a trusted adult that somebody might be having a tough time. All right. If I could have everyone please rise and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem, and please welcome Carrie May.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and and bright stars through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, on the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
All right, we're going to get ready for match number 1 on both divisions. But before we start, there are one more group of folks that you're going to be spending the weekend with, and that is our MC and game announcer crew. So please welcome Ethan, Tom, Lily, Matt, Luca, and George. All right, we'll get match number 1 started in just a second.
Marie Curie, red microphone, 1, 2, check, 1, 2, red microphone. Marie Curie, blue microphone, 1, 2, blue microphone.
And red microphone, 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6.
Ready? Ethan, are we ready to meet our teams for match number 1 over on Curie?
Oh, I'm ready for Curie. Let's go.
First on the Red Alliance team at 21-3-3-1.
2-1-3-3-1. One of your teams from Bowling Park Middle School in Troy, Michigan. They're the Silver Hornets.
Next to them is 21-7-91.
One of your many teams from the Motor City, it's G-Force.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 12-4-59.
From Gibraltar, Michigan, it's the Gibraltar Jedi.
Our second team on the Blue Alliance, 52-89.
From just down the ways here in Goodrich, Michigan, they're the Martians.
Okay, awesome. I'm one of your game announcers, emceeing, whatever. I'll be doing emceeing here. Sounds good. Okay, looks like we're ready for our first match on Curie. Drivers ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so right away at the start of our first qualification match, we have the Silver Hornets firing off a perfect salvo into the Red Alliance Gold, going right into the classifier as 52.89 and 12549 in blue, looking to do the same. Trying to line up all those motif points in purple, green, purple, as 21791 in red is kind of just hanging out back there. Well, it's these Blue Alliance robots that are firing on all cylinders so far, as they've already got one artifact. They've got another suite of artifacts going into the overflow for the Blue Alliance. 21331 still doing a very good job themselves on red. All right, driving, we're picking up controllers here. With 1:53 seconds left in the match, it's a 1-point game in the Red Alliance's favor. Still going anyone's way, as it looks like the Gibraltar Jedi here in blue. They fire off one, they landed, fire off two, fire off three, they landed. That's a perfect salvo out of that Blue Alliance robot. As the Martians, their alliance partner, going to fire off some artifacts of themselves. They fire off another perfect salvo for them. Gibraltar Jedi looking to do the same exact thing once again for blue. 21791, that's G-Force, looking to fire off those artifacts that they have for their own alliance, but 21331, that's the Silver Hornets in red, are firing on all cylinders from their far launch zone as the Blue Alliance decides that they want to empty out their classifier ramp from touching their own gate, so they're scoring 3 points per artifact instead of 1. Both G-Force and the Gibraltar Jedi looking to get in position, firing off more of those artifacts for themselves from the near launch zone. The Silver Hornets and the Martians looking to do the same for their other alliances. 50 seconds left, and it's still a 3-point game as of that last moment, but all these robots are still scoring more and more artifacts into their goals. They're not missing very much, though, so it's still an absolutely close game, but the Blue Alliance is slowly inching out a lead, though, going into the last 35 seconds of the match, as the Silver Hornets are firing off those artifacts that they can from the far launch zone, but they currently only landed 1. They fire off those last 2. They're trying to round out that classifier ramp for their alliance alongside G-Force. But that train whistle means that we are going into the last 20 seconds of the match. It's the end game. Trying to see if any of these robots can get any last-minute artifacts in their classifier or any last-minute parks as the Silver Hornets try to fire off a last artifact. As both these red robots attempting a double park, the Blue Alliance robots are doing the same before the end of qualification match number 1.
Okay, for qualification match number 2 here on Curie. First on our Red Alliance is team 23-392.
One of your many teams from Van Hoosen Middle School in Rochester Hills, Michigan. They're the Viking Innovators.
Next to them is team 13-684.
From East Middle School in Canton, Michigan, it's Infinity Tech.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we're looking at team 23-026.
From Harper Woods Middle School in Harper Woods, Michigan, they're the Harper Woods Tech Dogs.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 25-091.
One of your many teams for Avondale Middle School in Auburn Hills, Michigan, they're the Avondale Gatekeepers.
Okay, looks like we're ready to go on Curie. Drivers ready. In 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away, we've got action from all 4 robots on the field, as it looks like both of our Red Alliance robots, Infinity Tech and the Viking Innovators, firing off those artifacts for their alliance from the near and far launch zones. But Infinity Tech at the same time wants to empty out the Red Alliance classifier ramp so they can keep scoring more of those artifacts. But it looks like both the Harper Woods Tech Dogs and the Avondale Gatekeepers looking to do the same thing, but the Gatekeepers are firing from the back, far launch zone. The other partners trying to do it from the near.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we go into our driver control period now, the Red Alliance is out to a 30-point lead over our Blue Alliance robots. They're closing it already, but Infinity Tech once again fires off a perfect salvo from their near launch zone as they immediately empty out the classifier, going right from the Blue Alliance human player and their secret tunnel, trying to take care of those artifacts. But the Viking Innovators are firing right next to them from the near launch zone, collecting more of those artifacts from right in front of the blue goal as they're moving right back over. Fire off 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo out of 2, 3, 3, 9, 2. Infinity Tech looking to do the same exact thing for red. The Blue Alliance is still in this game, though, as 25091 looking at position from the far launch zone. They fire 1, 2. They almost had a perfect salvo, but that's still A-okay as they landed 2 into the classifier goal for them. But 23026, that's the Harper Woods Tech Dogs, are back and moving in this game, trying to find that exact right spot where they want to be, trying to fire off those artifacts for the Blue Alliance as they fire off 2, but they accidentally drop it in front of the April tag instead of into the goal. But some nice play out of Infinity Tech and the Viking Innovators as they are mowing away with this game as 159-82 separate these alliances with 42 seconds left in the match. And both the Innovators and Infinity Tech looking to fire from the near launch zone. But 25091 looking to fire from the far zone. Harper Woods Tech Dogs still trying to do the same thing after they're back and moving, trying to bring the Blue Alliance back in this game. And that train whistle means that we're going into the last 20 seconds. We're in our end game as Infinity Tech trying to move through these blue robots, attempting to park. As the blue robots are trying to do that. But Infinity Tech fires off a last artifact into their goal. Viking Tech trying to do the same. They landed 1, but they have just enough time to park in their zone for the end of qualification match number 2. All right, looks like for Marie Curie, we have the scores for qualification match number 1. Scores for qualification match number 1. Hoping to go up on the screen right now as who takes home qualification match number 1, and it's our Blue Alliance taking home our first match as they set that high score of 161 to 151. And both of these blue robots do get 5 ranking points after that win.
All right, Ethan, I think we're ready to meet our teams for qualification match number 3. First off on the Red Alliance is team 30612.
One of your many teams from Van Hoosen Middle School in Rochester Hills, Michigan. They're the Quantum Vikings.
Driving next to them, team 23554.
From Meads Middle School, one of your teams from Northville, Michigan. It's Blue Goggles.
Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 10615.
One of your teams from Treverson Middle School in Midland, Michigan. They're the Treverson Side Dogs.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, team 25721.
From Liberty Middle School in Canton, Michigan, they're the Liberty Bees.
All right, looks like we're ready for match 3. Over on Curie in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 3 here on the Marie Curie division, and all 4 of these robots on the field are firing off artifacts from the near and far launch zones as the Red Alliance robot Blue Goggles already emptying out the Red Alliance classifier as they're firing off from the near zone. Quantum Vikings doing the same from far. Both the Liberty Bees and the Treverson Side Dogs are doing the exact same thing on the opposite side of the field. Well, it looks like the Blue Alliance did at least fill up their classifier ramp and got some into the overflow.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are going into our driver control period, it was actually our Red Alliance that is out to a 10-point lead over our Blue Alliance robots here, as it looks like everyone is trying to maneuver around each other and possibly position and score those artifacts. But it looks like both the Blue Goggles and the Quantum Vikings on red are both scoring in tandem for the Red Alliance, trying to go for that near launch zone back and forth between their human player. But the Blue Alliance is keeping this close as the Liberty Bees are trying to fire off some of those artifacts from their near launch zone. They decide to empty out the classifier ramp and make some room for the Treverson Side Dogs. But it looks like Blue Goggles firing off 1. They fire off 2. They got those into the classifier, into the goal for their alliance. But Quantum Vikings grab some more. They fire 1. They got it. Fire 2. They've got it. They landed outside again. They at least landed 1 for their alliance. But Blue Goggles land a perfect another 2 attempts for their alliance. Quantum Vikings empties out the classifier for red. Looks like these Blue Alliance robots doing the same. It is a 1-point game going into the last minute of this match. It'll be very close. It's down to the wire, as it looks like the Liberty Bees are trying to maneuver around everyone else, coming back from their human player, lining up right in front of the blue goal. They fire 1, got it. 2, got it. 3, got it. That's a perfect salvo out of the Liberty Bees. But the Treverson Side Dogs firing right next to them for that Blue Alliance robot. But the Blue Goggles are trying to keep this game in the Red Alliance's favor alongside the Quantum Vikings, as that Red Alliance classifier is emptied once again. But the Quantum Vikings are finding that exact right spot as they fire off a perfect salvo from the near launch zone, as Blue Goggles almost do the exact same for these Red Alliance robots. Red is starting to inch out a lead, though, just before we go into our end game period, as both of these alliances are trying to score whatever extra artifacts they can, as it looks like both these alliances are also attempting some dual parks, maybe some dual partial parks or full parks, as we have 1 second left near the end of qualification match number 3. All right, and right away we have the scores for match number 2. Scores for qualification match number 2 going up on the screen. As you see the monument getting built for qualification match number 2, it's the Red Alliance winning that match. As a new high score of 220 to 156. And right away for both the Viking Innovators and Infinity Tech, that was our first 6 ranking point match here on the Marie Curie division here this weekend, as they both secure first and second place after that win.
Okay, Ethan, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 4 over on Curie. First on the Red Alliance is team 5954.
Your team from Fenton, Michigan, they're the Lightning Bolts.
Next to them is 27583.
One of your teams from Auburn Hills, Michigan, they're the Avondale Robo Jackets B.
Over on the Blue Alliance, our first team is 32460.
One of your many teams from Detroit, Michigan, it's Bowtech.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 15638.
One of your teams from the Farmington Steam Academy in Farmington Hills, the Steambots.
And for our Curie field, drivers get ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away at the start of our next qualification match here, we got the Lightning Bolts nearly firing off a perfect salvo for the Red Alliance, as your other team that's firing off the Steambots, 15638, trying to do the same for Blue, as those other robots that started in the far launch zone are just looking to save some battery power after they moved at the start of that match. But it looks like both the Steambots and the Lightning Bolts trying to score more of those artifacts for their alliance, as it looks like there are 3 purple artifacts in each classifier.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are going into our driver control period, the Red Alliance is out to a slight lead right now over Blue, but that doesn't mean that Bowtech, one of your teams from Detroit, trying to fire off those artifacts for their own alliance as they're going into the near launch zone, trying to pick up that 1 purple artifact that they had. As it looks like 15638 firing off those artifacts that they had. They land 2 of them into the goal for their alliance as they're trying to do whatever they can coming back in this match, though. They're still scoring points, but the scoreboard isn't showing it quite yet. Oh, now they're showing it. The Red Alliance still maintaining a lead, though, as they've already emptied out their classifier ramp. As it looks like both the Lightning Bolts and the Avondale Robo Jackets B trying to fire off those artifacts for their alliance. As the Robo Jackets fire 1, they fire 2, they fire 3. That's a perfect salvo into the goal for the Red Alliance. As the Lightning Bolts, it's 59-54, trying to do the exact same. They accidentally missed their 3 attempts, but they're going right back at it in front of their red goal to try to pick some of those artifacts up and rescore them again, as all these robots are trying to maneuver around each other, trying to position in the near launch zone. As there's 45 seconds left in the match, and even though the Red Alliance still has a lead, the Blue Alliance is coming on their heels. So the Lightning Bolts are trying to fire off those other artifacts that they had in hand, as they accidentally fired those in front of the April tag instead of just barely over the top into the goal. But the Steambots are putting in work over here as they fire off some more of those artifacts into the goal right next to their alliance partners. That's check. But that whistle means that we are going into the last 20 seconds of the match. It's our end game, as we're going to see these robots attempt some other parks, as it looks like the Lightning Bolts are lifting up right next to their alliance partner. We might have a potential double park over here on the Red Alliance side, but there's just enough room for both of these alliances to get at least 1 full park and 1 partial park for the end of qualification match number 4. All right, looks like we have scores for qualification match number 3. Scores for qualification match number 3 going up on the screen here. And we have the Red Alliance taking home qualification match number 3 with a score of 165 to 152. And that is our second 6 ranking point match here on the Marie Curie division, as both of these red robots do secure 3rd and 4th place after that win.
Hi, Brett.
Okay, for our audience over on Curie, the next voice you're going to hear is Luca. Luca, are we ready to announce the teams for qualification match number 5?
Let's do it.
Okay, first up on our Red Alliance is team 15465.
From Highlander Way Middle School in Howell, Michigan, it's Team Crash.
Next to them is team 15004.
From Baker Middle School in Troy, Michigan, it's Technologic.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 15719.
From Metro Charter Academy in Romulus, Michigan, it's Blazin' Bots.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 17349.
From Royal Oak Middle School, it's Paradox Episode 7.
You guys are good?
Okay, for Curie, looks like we're ready. Drivers get ready, and 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway in the autonomous period of qualification match number 5. Both alliances launching artifacts into their goal. Red Alliance with the upper hand so far. Some contact inside the launch zone between 15004 and 15719. Towards the end of autonomous, advantage red. All of our robots come to a stop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now we enter the teleoperated period of the match. Immediately, Team Crash emptying the ramp for the Red Alliance and launching from the launch zone. Team 15004 doing the same thing for the Red Alliance. Can the Blue Alliance respond now? It's Paradox Episode 7, shooting and scoring for the Blue Alliance. Their partners, it's the Blazing Bots, looking to line up some of their shots as well. Meanwhile, Technologic for the Red Alliance answers and fills up the ramp. Team Crash going from the far launch zone and going 3 for 3 for the Red Alliance. Some contact in the launch zone between a couple of our robots. It's Team Technologic for the Red Alliance. 1 minute remaining in qualification match number 5. All of our robots looking to pick up some artifacts in the last minute. Team Crash trying to empty the ramp once again for the Red Alliance. It's Paradox Episode 7 scoring for the Blues and playing a little bit of defense in the launch zone. Technologic answers for the Red Alliance once again. Blazing Bots looking to line up some shots for Blue. Paradox Episode 7 scoring for Blue as well. Now, as we enter the endgame period, those teams will look to park to get some extra points at the end of this match. Blue Alliance looking to score a couple of more artifacts. It's Paradox Episode 7. Now all of our robots will head over to park. 3, 2, 1, and time expires on qualification match number 5. We've got scores from qualification match number 4. And the winner is the Red Alliance. 87-64, our final score, 4 ranking points to our teams on the Red Alliance.
Luca, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 6. First off on the Red Alliance is team 25912.
From St. William School in Walled Lake, Michigan, it's the St. William Crusader Bots.
Next to them is team 25819.
From Van Hoosen Middle School in Rochester, Michigan, it's Viking Force.
Our first team on the Blue Alliance is 8533.
From Cheryl Stockwell Academy in Brighton, Michigan, it's CSA MS Miners.
Also driving on the Blue Alliance for this match is 23446.
From Armada Middle School, it's the Titanium Tigers.
Okay, looks like we're ready on Curie for our next match. Drivers, get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway in the Curie division in qualification match number 6. A flurry of artifacts going in on the Blue Alliance goal. They'll have the advantage in the early portion of the autonomous period. The Titanium Tigers scoring for the Blue Alliance. The CSA MS Miners doing the same. Red Alliance looking to respond. It's the Viking Force picking up some artifacts for Red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as we enter the teleoperated portion, it's advantage Blue. The Titanium Tigers emptying that ramp for the Blue Alliance. Viking Force scoring on Red. Flurry of artifacts going in on that Blue Alliance side. Let's see if the Red Alliance can respond. Meanwhile, it's the CSA MS Miners putting some up for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance responding. It's the St. William Crusader Bots and Viking Force. Ramp empties on the Blue Alliance side. 85-33 putting in more for the Blue Alliance along with their alliance partner 23-446. 25-9-12 with a long shot for the Red Alliance that goes wide. Ramp being emptied for the Blue Alliance once again by 23-446. Viking Force responds on the red side, emptying that ramp, while their alliance partners, it's 25-9-12, picking up some artifacts in the loading zone. 85-33 looking to line up a shot for the Blue Alliance. The Crusader Bots with that long shot for the Red Alliance. It's advantage Blue with about 45 seconds left to play. Red Alliance responding. It's the Crusader Bots with that long shot going in for the Red Alliance. 85-33 coming right back for the Blue. 30 seconds remain in this match. Let's see if the Red Alliance can catch up as we are getting closer to the end game period. 25-8-19 putting up some shots for the Red Alliance. 85-33 responds right away for the Blue Alliance as we enter the end game period. Viking Force putting up some last minute shots for the Red Alliance. And now our teams will look to Park to get some last second points. 3, 2, 1, as time expires on qualification match number 6. We've got scores from qualification match number 5. And it's the Red Alliance taking qualification match number 5 with a score of 139-57. 4 ranking points for our Red Alliance, and a yellow card was issued to team 15-7-19 on the Blue Alliance in qualification match number 5.
Luca, let's meet our teams in qualification match number 7. First on the Red Alliance is 21-615.
From East Middle School in Plymouth, Michigan, it's Rocket Robotics.
Next to them is team 1-5-5-5-5.
From Saline Middle School, it's Swarm, our defending state champions.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 14-0-1-0.
From Foreign Language Immersion School in Detroit, Michigan, it's Techno Phoenix.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is 14790.
From South Hills Middle School in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, it's the Coding Cobras.
Okay, for Curie, drivers get ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway in qualification match number 7. Team 21615, Rocket Robotics, putting in some artifacts for the Red Alliance. Our robots on the blue side lying motionless as team 15555 scores for the Red Alliance along with their partners 21615. That's a full ramp on the red side, and they continue to pour the artifacts into the goal as we near the end of autonomous period. It's advantage red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we enter the teleoperated period. Swarm emptying the ramp for the red side. Techno Phoenix looking to score on the blue side. Along with their alliance partners, it's Coding Cobras. Both of our robots on the red side pouring some more artifacts into the goal. All of our robots looking to pick up some artifacts to score now. A little bump from Techno Phoenix. Swarm scoring for the Red Alliance. We've got some long shots for both alliances. Techno Phoenix looking to score for blue. Their shot goes wide. They might have an artifact lodged in their robot. Swarm empties the ramp for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, their partners, it's Rocket Robotics picking up some artifacts. As Team 14790, the Coding Cobras, empties the ramp for blue. Swarm launching some shots in for the Red Alliance over the defense of Techno Phoenix. Now Techno Phoenix looking to score for the Blue Alliance, along with their partners Coding Cobras. Advantage red with 45 seconds remaining in match number 7. Coding Cobras putting some in for the Blue Alliance. Techno Phoenix, their alliance partner, doing the same. Now a long shot from the Coding Cobras. They go 2 for 3. Swarm putting some in for the Red Alliance. As we enter the endgame period in qualification match number 7. It's advantage red, but still anyone's game as the Coding Cobras continue to launch that long shot. Our teams will start to head on over to park. All of our robots looking to get some extra points at the end of this match as time expires on match number 7. We've got scores from qualification match number 6. And it's the Blue Alliance. 196 to 129 and 6 ranking points for those two teams on the Blue Alliance.
Okay, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 8 over here on Curie. First on the Red Alliance is team 7253.
From Shelby Junior High School in Shelby Township, Michigan, it's the Raging Robots.
Driving next to them is team 10136.
From Frost Middle School in Livonia, Michigan, it's Frost Robo Falcons.
Over on the Blue Alliance, 27470.
From Messmore Elementary School in Sterling Heights, Michigan, it's Code Crushers.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, team 11717.
From Baker Middle School in Troy, Michigan, it's Circuit Breakers.
Looks like we're ready for match number 8. Over on Curie, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are underway in qualification match number 8. Quick shots going up for both alliances. It's the Red Alliance converting to start in autonomous. Team 7253, that's the Raging Robots emptying the ramp and scoring once again for the Red Alliance. Their partners, it's the Frost Robo Falcons looking to do the same from long range. Meanwhile, Circuit Breakers over on the Blue Alliance responding with some artifacts of their own into the goal.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As we enter the teleop period of the match, it's advantage red. 7253, that's Raging Robots, picking up some artifacts and looking to score for the Red Alliance, along with their partners, Frost Robo Falcons. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, Code Crushers picking up some artifacts. Their partners, 11717, Circuit Breakers scoring as well. Code Crushers looking to line up a shot on the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Raging Robots converting on some shots along with their partners, the Frost Robo Falcons, for the Red Alliance. Raging Robots emptying that ramp on the red side and pouring artifacts into the goal. This is a high-flying offense on this Red Alliance. Meanwhile, Circuit Breakers looking to respond for blue. Code Crushers look to have an artifact possibly stuck inside their robot, as Raging Robots out of Shelby Township, Michigan, emptying the ramp once again. Circuit Breakers with that close shot for the Blue Alliance go 1 for 2. Less than a minute remaining. It's advantage red in qualification match number 8. Frost Robo Falcons with that long shot. And Raging Robots looking to fill that ramp for the Red Alliance. The Code Crushers aren't able to convert on their shot. Frost Robo Falcons picking up some artifacts right out of the ramp and looking to score from long range for the Red Alliance. 30 seconds remaining in qualification match number 8. Circuit Breakers continuing to put some in for the Blue Alliance, along with their partners, Code Crushers lining up a shot that bounces out. As we enter the endgame period, our robots will look to put in some last artifacts and start to park. Our Blue Alliance has 2 robots parked and ready to go. Our Red Alliance looking to respond and do the same. We have 3 seconds remaining. 2, 1, and time expires in qualification match number 8. We've got scores from qualification match number 7. And it's the Red Alliance taking match number 7, 119-79. 4 ranking points going to our teams on the Red Alliance.
Okay, Ethan, I think we're ready to meet our teams for qualification match number 9 over here on Curie. First off on the Red Alliance is team 23-5-96.
From Berkshire Middle School in Franklin, Michigan, they're the Berkshire Techno Tacos.
Next to them is 25-9-01.
One of your many teams from Rochester Hills, Michigan, it's Eaglesaurus.
Over on the Blue Alliance, team 19250.
From Swan Valley Middle School in Saginaw, Michigan, they're the Viking Bots.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 10016.
One of your teams from Clarkston, Michigan, they're the Clarkston Robo-Wolves.
Okay, match number 9 on Curie. Drivers get ready. In 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away we've got Clarkston and their other team on the side, the Berkshire Techno Tacos, immediately filing off those artifacts into each respective goal, but Clarkston fires off another 2, successfully putting those into the classifier, but 23596 hasn't emptied out their classifier ramp yet, but Clarkston's already done it as they're looking to collect some more of those artifacts from right in front of the blue goal. Clarkston fires 1, 2, 3. That's another perfect salvo into that goal for their alliance, but the Techno Tacos at least get 4.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now that we are going into our driver control period, some nice autonomous out of the Clarkston Robo-Wolves keeps the Blue Alliance out to a lead over our Red Alliance. But it looks like Eaglesaurus from Rochester Hills is immediately trying to remedy that alongside the Techno Tacos as they're all firing off those artifacts, but the Techno Tacos only make 2. The Viking Bots from Saginaw, that's 19250, firing off alongside the Robo-Wolves as those Robo-Wolves are trying to position in the far launch zone, trying to find that exact right spot where they want to keep those artifacts. As 19250 empties out the classifier for the Blue Alliance as they're looking to fire off their own perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal as Eaglesaurus trying to collect some of those artifacts from right in front of the blue gate as that's the Red Alliance secret tunnel. But the Robo-Wolves, even though some of that defense being played by Eaglesaurus, they're still making sure that that 1, 2, 3 artifacts are going into the Blue Alliance goal. 23596, not too shabby themselves as they also fire off a perfect salvo into the Red Alliance goal. That's still keeping them in this game with 44 seconds left in the match. The Blue Alliance is still out to a massive lead as they just increased it to 122-59 as both of these alliances still trying to fire off those artifacts come back in this match as they both decide that they want to empty out their classifier ramp. As 19250 once again going right in front of the Blue Alliance goal, trying to fire those artifacts off for their alliance. But that whistle means that we are now going into our endgame period, trying to see if any of these robots can get any last-minute artifacts in the classifier. and possibly any double parks for their alliance, as it looks like 10016 is looking to go over next to their alliance partners and try to go for a double park, but Eaglesaurus doesn't have enough time before the end of qualification match number 9. All right, looks like we've got the scores for qualification match number 8. Scores for qualification match number 8 going up on the screen here, and it looks like we have the Red Alliance winning, taking it home with a score of 198-62, as that is our 4th 6 ranking point match here on the Marie Curie division, as 3rd and 4th place does go to these red robots after that win.
Okay, Ethan, let's meet our teams for qualification match 10 over here on Curie. First on the Red Alliance is team 5289.
From Goodrich, Michigan, they're the Martians.
Next to them is 25091.
One of your teams from Auburn Hills, they're the Avondale Gatekeepers.
Meanwhile, over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 10615.
From Midland, Michigan, they're the Jefferson Side Dogs.
Next to them is 27583.
Another one of your teams from Auburn Hills, it's the Avondale Rubble Jackets B.
It looks like we're ready to go for match number 10 on Curie. Drivers get ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away, all 4 of these robots are moving around, looking to position and fire off those artifacts. As 3 out of these 4 robots are firing those off, but both of these red robots are putting in work, putting those artifacts into the red classifiers. There's 6 artifacts in there now. The Jefferson Side Dogs are looking to match that just by themselves. As 5289, once again, that's the Martians firing off into their goal. But 25091, that's the Avondale Gatekeepers, looking to do the same thing from the far launch zone for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, 46-38 are these scores, 61-38 are these scores separating these alliances. As with a minute and 50 seconds left in this match, the Jefferson Side Dogs are looking to immediately remedy that score for the Blue Alliance. But the Avondale Rubble Jackets for Blue, that's 27583, emptied out the classifier ramp for the Side Dogs so they can fire off a perfect salvo into the blue goal for their alliance as they're starting to encroach on the Red Alliance's lead. Well, it looks like both 52 and 25091 firing from the near and far launch zone respectively, filling up that classifier ramp. As the Side Dogs, once again, that's 10615, fire off some more artifacts into their goal as the Red Alliance temporarily empties out their classifier ramp so they can keep scoring 3 points per artifact instead of 1. But both the Side Dogs and the Avondale Rubble Jackets doing the exact same thing for Blue as they're slowly coming up on the Red Alliance's lead, but the Red Alliance is holding on to it so far. As right now, these robots still trying to move around to the near launch zone. They seem to like that launching spot for their alliance. as Martians decide to empty out some of their red classifier so they can keep scoring those artifacts. As the rest of that gets emptied out now, but just some of that kinetic energy for those artifacts. 100 to 115 is the score. The Blue Alliance is coming back fast as the Jefferson Side Dogs once again fire off more artifacts into their blue goal. As the Avondale Rebel Jackets looking to move over, try to collect some artifacts from their secret tunnel. But we're going into our endgame period. That's what that whistle means. As the Side Dogs fire off a last-minute artifact into the overflow ramp now. As both the Rebel Jackets and the Side Dogs looking to attempt a double park. As both of these red robots are trying to do the exact same thing before the end of qualification match number 10. All right, looks like we've got the scores here for qualification match number 9. Scores for qualification match number 9 here going up on the screen. And it looks like we have the Blue Alliance coming home with that match. They set a new high score for the Marie Curie division of 243 to a score of 85. And that is going to be our 5th 6 ranking point match here on the Marie Curie division here this weekend.
Yes. All right. Okay, Ethan, let's meet our teams for qualification match 11 here on Curie. First up on the Red Alliance is 25-9-1-2.
From Walled Lake, Michigan, they're the St. William Crusader Bots.
Driving next to them is 15-4-65.
One of your teams from Howell, Michigan, it's Team Crash.
Currently ranked number 2 on the Blue Alliance is 23-3-9-2.
One of your teams from Rochester Hills, they're the Viking Innovators.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 12-4-59.
From Gibraltar, it's the Gibraltar Jedi.
Drivers, get ready for a qualification match 11 over on Curie. In 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away we have all 4 robots moving once again, but it looks like both the Viking Innovators and Team Crash are firing off from the far launch zone. The St. William Crusader Bots and the Gibraltar Jedi doing it from the near for each respective alliance. But these blue robots are firing on all cylinders when it comes to scoring in the blue goal, as they already filled up their classifier ramp, and they're adding even more on top as they look to have scored every single one of those artifacts that they had on the field for their alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There's some nice autonomous play out of both of these Blue Alliance robots. Means that they are already out to a lead, as the Gibraltar Jedi immediately empties out the Blue Alliance classifier ramp. So their alliance partners, the Viking Innovators, can keep scoring more artifacts in there for their alliance. But not to be outdone, as both Team Crash and the St. William Crusader Bots are trying to fire off those artifacts for their red alliance, as Crash is trying to collect some more artifacts from their red secret tunnel and their human player. But the Gibraltar Jedi firing off even more artifacts from their near zone, as it looks like both Crash and the Crusader Bots are firing off from the far and near zone respectively, trying to bring this score back in their favor. There's been 1 minute and 17 seconds left in this match, and the Blue Alliance is trying to maintain their lead as the Viking Innovators have collected more artifacts from their human player as they position 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo for their alliance, immediately emptying out the classifier ramp. so they can keep on scoring 3 points per artifact instead of 1 in the overflow. But the Gibraltar Jedi fires off from the corner. 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo from that robot for their Alliance. The St. William Crusader bots trying to do the same exact thing from right in front of the Blue Alliance goal, but the Viking Innovators trying to play some defense by them on the way as the Gibraltar Jedi once again fires off a salvo for their Alliance. They perfectly land all 3 of those for their Alliance. 35 seconds left in the match, and the Blue Alliance is only massively growing their lead over these red robots. But Team Crash fires off more artifacts from the far launch zone into the red goal for their Alliance. The St. William Crusader bots trying to do the same thing just before our endgame period starts here, as these robots are attempting to score some last-minute artifacts into their goal, as both the Vikings and the Viking Jedi trying to do the same thing as they are attempting 1 full park and 1 partial park for their Alliance. But it looks like Red is trying to do the exact same thing for the end of qualification match number 11. All right, looks like we've got the scores for qualification match number 10. Scores for qualification match number 10 going up on the screen right now. And it looks like we have the Red Alliance taking this match home with a score of 146 to 128. And while the Red Robots do get the basic 3 ranking points for that win, the Blue Alliance doesn't come away empty-handed, as they at least get 1 ranking point.
Okay, Ethan, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 12 over here on Curie. First up on the Red Alliance is 14790.
From Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, they're the Coding Cobras.
Next to them is 17349.
One of their teams from Royal Oak, Michigan, it's Paradox Episode 7.
Bringing out the pink on the Blue Alliance is 3612.
From Rochester Hills, Michigan, they're the Quantum Vikings.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is 21791.
From Detroit, it's G-Force.
It looks like we're good to go on Curie. Drivers get ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away we got 4 robots on the field. They're all looking to do something in this match, as it looks like the Quantum Vikings over on blue firing off those artifacts from the far launch zone. The Coding Cobras were looking to try to do the same thing for red, but it looks like it's only Quantum successful so far. But it looks like 21791 G-Force on blue waking up and doing the exact same thing with only 3 seconds left in auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that the drivers take control, the Blue Alliance is out to a massive lead right now over red. But it looks like Paradox Episode 7 is trying to remedy that for the Red Alliance, as they do successfully put that artifact into the goal and down into the classifier ramp for their Alliance. The Coding Cobras on red fire off one artifact from afar. They fire two, they fire three, they land a perfect salvo into the red goal from their far launch zone as they're trying to look and fire a couple more artifacts for them. They've got it. Their Alliance partners, Paradox Episode 7, looking to do the same exact thing, but from the near launch zone. Maybe Quantum Vikings decided to try and gift us an artifact before they landed one into the Blue Alliance goal. Coding Cobras are now firing on all cylinders as they landed a full salvo into their Red Alliance classifier ramp. Paradox graciously empties that out for them while they're doing that, so they can just keep scoring 3 points per instead of one. But G-Force, as they're firing off some of their own artifacts that they're grabbing for the Blue Alliance from the near launch zone, they empty out the blue classifier for themselves as Quantum Vikings fires 1, 2, 3. They fire off a perfect salvo for the Blue Alliance from their launch zone. Coding Cobras looking to still keep on doing the same from the far launch zone as they fire 1. They land it. Well, the Quantum Vikings are firing off their own as the Cobras fire off another perfect salvo into the red goal for the Red Alliance. 28 seconds left in the match, and it's a close enough game for us to go anyone's way as we are going into our end game period that is just going to begin right now with that whistle. So all of these robots are looking to see what other artifacts they can score before they go attempt any possible double parks for their Alliance, as it looks like Quantum Viking is the first robot to the jump on trying to get a perfect park, as G-Force is right next to them in blue. Both Coding Cobras and Paradox Episode 7 trying to do the same before the end of qualification match number 12. All right, looks like we're ready to see scores for qualification match number 11. Scores for qualification match number 11 going up here on the screen. And it looks like we have the Blue Alliance taking that match with a score of 178 to 75. And both of these blue robots do at least get 4 ranking points after that win.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 13. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's Team 10-136.
From Livonia, Michigan, it's the Frost Robo Falcons.
They're joined by their Alliance partner, it's Team 23026.
The Harperwood Tech Dogs.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 21331.
The Silver Hornets from Troy.
And their Alliance partner, it's Team 21615.
From Plymouth, Michigan, it's Rocket Robotics.
We are ready to get this match started on Curie in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're beginning the autonomous period in qualification match 13 here on Curie Field. As all of our robots are moving and scoring, we've already got the Blue Alliance dumping the classifier. Lots of artifacts going into the goal over at the Red Alliance. And 1, 2, 3 more from the far loading zone for the Red Alliance. As Blue 21-3-1-1, the Hornets getting ready to line up to shoot.
3, 2, 1.
And we move into the tele-operated period with Red up 42 to a Blue 29. 21-3-3-1, the Silver Hornets over on the Blue Alliance, trying to pick up some artifacts so they can score into their goal. Meanwhile, 101-36. That's the Frost Robo Falcons doing some great scoring over on the Red Alliance. Robo Falcons shooting again and scoring for Red, as Red's starting to pull out to a bit of a lead. 21-6-15. That's the Rocket Robotics machine. Hopefully they're just saving some battery power for the end of the game. They're currently stalled out in the human loading zone as our Blue Alliance tries to pick up some scoring. We've got less than a minute left. Red's out to a lead, 87, make it 90-29. See some artifacts going in for our Blue Alliance as Red continues to pile on the score. (21-3-3-1). Still trying to score for Blue as we get closer to our end game period. Blue playing this one, 1 robot to 2. As they continue to try to work and score. The whistle means it's end game period. Our robots will finish scoring and move towards their bases to see if they can get some end game points. I see a few more artifacts going in for Blue. We've got 1 red robot in their base. And with 1 second left, a couple shots go up. Those do not count, and this one is done. Okay, looks like we got some final scores for match number 12 over here on Curie. And it looks like it's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. 113-99, a good close match there. Blue Alliance taking home 4 ranking points.
We are ready to meet the teams over on the Consumers Energy field for qualification match number 14. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's team 25-8-19.
It's Viking Force from Rochester, Michigan.
They're joined by their alliance partners. It's team 15004.
From Troy, it's Tech No Logic.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 5954.
From Fenton, it's a Lightning Bolts driving the machine they called Untitled.
They're joined by their partners. It's team 10016.
The Clarkston Robo Wolves.
We are ready to start match number 14 on Curie Field in 3, 2, 1, go.
And it's a teleoperated period in qualification match 14 as the robots perform their automatic programs. See lots of artifacts going in for Red, a few for Blue, make it more for Blue as they try to line up in that qualifier. and match up for higher scores.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we move into the teleoperated period. Blues up 51 to a red 47. 25-819 releases the gate on the classifier, releases the artifacts for the Red Alliance so they can pick up some more artifacts and do some more scoring. Meanwhile, their partner, 15004, that's Technologic, also doing some scoring for Red. Meanwhile, on the Blue Alliance, 10016, that's the Robo-Wolves, continuing to score for Blue. Long distance shot for them. And this match is still relatively close. The Robo-Wolves still trying to piling on some score for Blue. They shoot 3 times and they do not miss. Their partners, 59-54. Lightning Bolts also scoring for Blue. We've got 45 seconds left in this one. Blue starting to pull out to a bit of a lead, 128 to a red 92. $15,004, Technologic, working at lining up and scoring in the scoring zone for Red. They get 2 of their 3 in as we continue to see more piling in for Blue. The whistle means it's end game period as our robots move towards their bases. They can expand outside of the allowable measurements, and let's see if we can get 2 robots completely in that blue base. Looks like they don't quite make it for Blue, but it was very close, and we'll see the official scores after the next match. Okay, let's see our official scores for match number 13. And it looks like it's going to be a win for the Red Alliance. 177 to 41. Red Alliance taking home 4 ranking points.
Let's turn our attention to the Hilux field for qualification match number 15. Let's meet our teams, starting with the Red Alliance. It's team 7253.
From Shelby Township is Raging Robotics.
They're joined by their alliance partner. It's team 23554.
The Blue Goggles from Northville.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 25901.
It's the Eagle Sauruses from Rochester Hills.
They're joined by their partner. It's team 23446.
Coming to us from Armada, Michigan, driving a machine they call Duck. It is the Titanium Tigers.
We are ready to get match number 15 underway in 3, 2, 1, go.
And it's the autonomous period for qualification match 15 here on Curie. This should be a very exciting match. We have 3 top 10 ranked teams currently competing here, as the Titanium unit from Armada continues to shoot and score into the blue goal. Red's also doing a lot of scoring.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
3 points apart, make it 5 points apart between these alliances as we move into the teleoperated period. 25-9-01, that's Eaglesaurus with that unique rotary design. Moves over to their human loading zone to pick up some artifacts. Meanwhile, 7253 in the shooting zone for the Red Alliance. Looks like they may be taking a little bit of a break as 23554, that's Blue Goggles, continues to score for Red. 23554. Correction, 23446. The machine from Armada also maneuvering to get some artifacts into their machine. They move over to the launching zone and score 2 in for blue. We've got less than a minute left. Very close match here. Red 78, blue 73. As our machines on both alliances continue to score. 25-9-01. Looks like they're waiting for our end game period to start. As their partners, the machine from Armada, they're going to shoot some more for blue and then probably move towards their base. It's end game period. These machines can move towards their bases. And with 2 seconds left and 1, this one on Curie is done. All right, I think we're going to see some official scores for qualification match 14. It looks like it's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. 197-139. Blue Alliance taking home 6, count them 6, ranking points for that match.
Back over on the Consumers Energy Field, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 16. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's team 32-460.
From Detroit, Michigan, it's Bow Tech.
They're joined by their partners, it's team 25-721.
The Liberty Bees from Canton.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 27-470.
It's the Code Crushers from our Sterling Heights.
And their alliance partner, it's 85-33.
It's the CSA-MS Miners from Brighton.
We are ready to start qualification match number 16 in the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
And it's the autonomous period in qualification match 16 over here on Curie Field. Multiple artifacts going in for blue. as 85-33 continues to score. That's the CSA machine. Meanwhile, 25-7-21, Liberty Bees over on the Red Alliance, also working on scoring for Red. More blue artifacts going in.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And at the beginning of the teleoperated period, Blues up 39 to a Red 18. 27-4-70. The Code Crushers working on grabbing some artifacts so they can score for Blue. They wind up that shooter. Let's see what the machine can do. One of the Red Alliance machines moved them over a little bit, and they missed with all three. 32-4-60. That's the Bowtech machine. Looks like they're playing a little bit of defense for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, the CSA machine from Brighton moves out of range, scores again as 21-7-21. That's the Liberty Bees over on the Red Alliance. Score 2. They open up their classifier, release some more of those artifacts so they can continue to score for Red. We've got less than a minute left. Blues out to a substantial lead, 86-39. As the Bowtech machine continuing to play defense for the Red Alliance. The Code Crusher machine opens up the gate again and outpour those artifacts from the classifier as we get to our end game period. Blues out to a substantial lead as these teams move towards their bases to round out this match. We've got 5 seconds left. One red machine in their base, both blue machines in their base, and we'll see the official scores here after the end of the next match. Okay. Justin says that the official scores are ready for qualification match 15 over on Curie. Roll them, Justin. It looks like it's going to be a win for the Red Alliance. 156-102. The Red Alliance taking home 5, count them 5 ranking points. Some water.
We are over on the Hilux field. Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 17. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's team 11-7-17.
One of your teams from Baker Middle School in Troy, Michigan. They're the Circuit Breakers.
They're joined by their alliance partner. It's team 19250.
Currently ranked number 4 from Saginaw. They're the Viking Bots.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 14010.
From Detroit, Michigan, it's Techno Phoenix.
And their alliance partner, it's 13684.
Currently ranked number 1 from Canton, Michigan, it's Infinity Tech.
We are ready to start match number 17 in the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, right now at the start of this qualification match, we got Infinity Tech firing off almost a perfect salvo. They got 2 into the classifier ramp so far, but they've already emptied it. So they're going to fire off those 3. They end up scoring 2 more of those as one accidentally bounced out of the square. As they fire off that 1, fire off that 2. Both of those stay in once again. As the circuit breakers are firing off from the far launch zone for the Red Alliance, as they're also firing off, but they land a perfect salvo for their Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As they're going into our driver control period, it's the Blue Alliance out to a very small lead over our Red Alliance robots, but Techno Phoenix in blue trying to help their Alliance partners Infinity Tech come back, try to keep this score in their favor, but the Red Alliance is slowly evening out this game as it's Infinity Tech firing off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal, but 19250, that's Viking bots out of Saginaw, still trying to move around and grab those artifacts that they can for their Alliance as they move in front of their red goal. They fire 1, 2, 3, that's a perfect salvo out of the Viking bots. The circuit breakers out of Troy are doing whatever they can to fix those issues so they can absolutely come back and keep on playing in this match. But it's Techno Phoenix and Infinity Tech firing on all cylinders while they're emptying out their own Blue Alliance classifier. But they have enough room to just keep going into the Red Alliance secret tunnel and grabbing all those artifacts for their Alliance as Techno Phoenix fires off 1. They're looking to fire off 2, but they accidentally don't land that last one. But Infinity Tech once again fires off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal, going straight into the classifier ramp for their Alliance as they fire off another 1, 2, 3, and it was all accurate, but it all accidentally bounced out. But still A-okay for them. What it looks like these Red Alliance robots are still actually keeping this game close enough in their favor so that they could absolutely try and come back and win this match. As we have the Viking bots once again firing off 1, 2, 3. They landed 2 of those artifacts into the goal for their Alliance, but they're looking to fire a 3rd one. That's a perfect salvo out of their robots. But we're going into our endgame period now, as that's what that whistle means. Both Infinity Tech and Techno Phoenix were trying to fire off any last-minute artifacts for their Alliance. 9 seconds left in the match, and they're looking to possibly attempt a double park for their Alliance, as they're both trying to get in position, but the Viking bots looking to do the same for the Red Alliance for the end of qualification match number 17. All right, we've got the scores for qualification match number 16. Match number 16, the scores are going up on the screen right now as we see the monument getting built, and it's the Blue Alliance taking home that match with a score of 168 to 92, and these blue robots do get 5 ranking points after that win.
Over on the Consumers Energy field, let the teams for qualification match number 18. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's Team 15638.
From Farmington Hills, Michigan, they're the Steambots.
They're joined by their partners, it's 15719.
From Romulus, they're the Blazing Bots.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 23596.
From Franklin, Michigan, they're the Berkshire Techno Tacos.
And their partners, it's 15555.
One of your teams from Saline, Michigan, it's Swarm.
All right, let's get this match started on Curie in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away, we've got 3 out of these 4 robots moving, but we've got some action coming out from all sides of the field. As it looks like these Blue Alliance robots, that's the Berkshire Techno Tacos and Swarm, trying to fire on all cylinders into their Blue Alliance goal, as they've already filled up the classifier ramp for their Alliance. As the Techno Tacos are looking to do the same exact thing, as they've got 3 more artifacts in hand for their autonomous, trying to spin around. They've got 4 seconds left as they fire off a salvo, but they land 2 more into the overflow for their Blue Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
As now as the drivers take control, the Blue Alliance is out to a massive lead over our Red Alliance robots right now. But both the Steambots and the Blazing Bots are trying to move around Swarm. And it looks like the Techno Tacos as well, trying to head over to their near launch zone so they can keep on scoring those artifacts. But while Swarm, they fire off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal. But these red robots are in position. They're trying to fire off any of those artifacts they can into the goal. Well, the Steambots accidentally fire a little too far left of the goal, but they do at least land one artifact into the red classifier for their alliance. But the Techno Tacos fire off another perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal. As Swarm is positioning in the near launch zone, doing the same thing, going to fire into an empty classifier ramp, so those artifacts are worth 3 points each instead of 1 in the overflow. Well, 15719. Positioning right in front of their goal for Red Alliance. They do land some more of those artifacts in there. There's currently 4 artifacts in there, 2 purple, 2 green. As 15638 trying to move in between both 15719 and 15555. Trying to fire off those artifacts as they do fire off a perfect salvo into the Red Alliance goal. Going right into the classifier ramp, but Swarm is right back at it again as they fire off 3 artifacts, but only land one of them. But the Berkshire Techno Tacos, once again, firing off those artifacts from the near launch zone, as 3 of these robots are looking to do the same, 2 for red, 1 for blue. Whoa, that is a very nice score. These Blue Alliance robots as they are constantly emptying out the classifier ramp, but that whistle means that we are going into our endgame period, as it looks like both Swarm and the Blazing Bots are attempting some solo parks for their alliance, as Swarm is looking to lift up for a possible double park. The Berkshire Techno Tacos are right underneath them. There's a double park over there for their alliance, as these red robots are doing the exact same thing for the end of qualification match number 18. All right, we have the scores for qualification match number 17. Scores for qualification match number 17 going up on the screen here. And it looks like the monument is going to the Blue Alliance as they take qualification match 17 with a score of 125 to 112. And these blue robots do get 4 ranking points after that win.
Over on the Hilux field, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 19. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's 30612.
Starting off this dual event, who's an alliance currently ranked number 8? They're the Quantum Vikings.
And their partners, it's 23392.
Rounding out this dual event, who's an alliance currently ranked number 5? They're the Viking Innovators.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 21615.
From Plymouth, Michigan, it's Rocket Robotics.
And their partners, it's 15004.
For their teams from Troy, Michigan, it's Tech No Logic.
All right, we are ready to start qualification match number 19 on Curie in 3, 2, 1, go.
So we've got all 4 robots moving at the start of the match, and we've got artifacts flying in from all sides. But it looks like most of these Red Alliance robot artifact salvos are successful so far, as one of your Viking teams fires off a perfect salvo into the red goal, as your other Viking team looking to do the exact same thing. But both Technologic and Rocket Robotics aren't too shabby themselves, as they're slowly matching them artifact for artifact.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As these Blue Alliance robots landed a full perfect motif pattern into the classifier that puts them out to a small lead over these Red Alliance robots going into our driver control period. But our dual Viking Alliance over here trying to fire off those artifacts into the red goal, trying to bring this game back in their favor. There's 5 points separating these alliances, but it's both Technologic from the near zone and Rocket Robotics from the far zone, firing on all cylinders, not missing very much of a beat, as it looks like Quantum Vikings on red, going over to their human player, trying to collect some more from their secret tunnel as well, as the Viking Innovators on red, doing the same thing from right in front of their red goal as they're emptying out the classifier ramp for their alliance, as they're sneakily taking some of those artifacts from the blue secret tunnel, as they're firing off a perfect salvo into that red goal. The Quantum Vikings looking to do the exact same thing right behind them for the Red Alliance. They're starting to grow the lead, though, over our Blue Alliance, but it looks like Technologic, once again, trying to fire off a perfect salvo into the blue goal. They do exactly that, filling up their classifier ramp as they immediately empty it out, so they can keep on scoring 3 artifacts at 3 points each, as Rocket Robotics does the same thing, once again, from the far launch zone, as both of these alliances are in a symbiosis where they're scoring from the near and far launch zone, as Rocket Robotics taking care of business from the back, Technologic doing things from the near launch zone, as we have Quantum Vikings trying to make their way back to the near launch zone just before the start of our endgame period, as the Red Alliance is still holding on to a lead, though. There's less than 10 points separating these alliances. 9 seconds left, and we're going to see if any of these alliances can get some double parks for their alliance, as it looks like both of these alliances are doing the same exact thing for the end of qualification match number 19. Well, it looks like we're ready to see some scores for qualification match number 18. Match number 18 scores are going up on the screen right now, and it looks like we have the Blue Alliance coming home with that match. As they set a new Marie Curie division high score of 293, and that is also going to be our 6th ranking point match here on this division.
We're back over on the Consumers Energy Field. Let's meet the teams for match number 20. Starting with our Red Alliance, it's 14-790.
From Bloomfield Hills, they're the Coding Cobras.
They're joined by their alliance partner, it's 10-016.
Currently ranked number 1 from Clarkston, Michigan, they're the Clarkston Robo Wolves.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 52-89.
From Goodrich, Michigan, they're the Martians.
And their alliance partner, it's 23-554.
Currently ranked number 4 from Northville, Michigan, it's Blue Goggles.
We are ready to start match number 20 on Curie in 3, 2, 1, go.
As right away, all 4 of these robots on the field are firing off those artifacts and moving around. As we've already got the Clarkston Robo Wolves emptying out the Red Alliance classifier ramp by releasing their gate. So they're scoring more artifacts that are worth 3 points apiece. Martians looking to do the same exact thing as they're full up on the Blue Alliance classifier ramp. One even goes into the overflow. Blue Goggles are looking to fire off from the back as the Coding Cobras do the same, but the Martians fire off 2 more just in time.
3, 2, 1.
As some nice autonomous play courtesy of these Red Alliance robots, they are out to a 10-point lead over our Blue Alliance with 63 now to 44. Separate our teams here as Blue Goggles trying to fire off from the near launch zone, but the Clarkston Robo Wolves fire off a perfect salvo into the Red Alliance goal as Coding Cobras looking to do the same exact thing from their near launch zone as they're going right back over to their human player to collect 3 more. Blue Goggles doing the same exact thing for the Blue Alliance, firing those artifacts off into the blue goal, going back to their human player as they're positioning once again. They fire 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo. Goodrich does the same exact thing as Blue Goggles empties out the Blue Alliance gate as the Goggles collected more game pieces from the Red Alliance secret tunnel. But the Clarkston Robo Wolves position in the back, fire off another perfect salvo. Coding Cobras looking to do the same exact thing from near. They've got it. 58 seconds left in the match, and this Red Alliance is running away with this game as 10016 once again fires off a perfect salvo into the red goal. Coding Cobras trying to fire off from the tip of the near launch zone as they're doing the same exact thing, but they land 2, only miss 1. Blue Alliance still has possibly enough time to try to come back and win this match as Blue Goggles is in the same spot where Coding Cobras was before, trying to fire off those artifacts as the Blue Alliance gate gets emptied out. But 5289 firing off 1, 2. They've got those, trying to collect those other artifacts they can before our endgame period starts. That's right now. Red Alliance still out to a massive lead, but that doesn't mean the Blue Alliance still can't come back and possibly win, as the Coding Cobras and the Clarkston Robo Wolves are trying to score some last-minute artifacts into their goal. But it looks like they're also trying to double park in their red zone as these blue robots actually have enough time as the Blue Goggles momentum carries them into the parking zone for the end of qualification match number 20. All right, looks like we've got the scores for qualification match number 19. Scores for qualification match number 19 going up on the screen here. And it looks like we have the Red Alliance taking that one home with a score of 177 to 158. And both of these red robots do get 5 ranking points after that win. All right, back over here on the Hilux field for qualification match number 21. As the first team up here on the Red Alliance, we have team 23026.
From Harper Woods Middle School, it's the Harper Woods Tech Dogs.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, we have team 12459.
From Gibraltar, Michigan, it's Gibraltar Jedi.
On the opposite side of the field in blue, we have your first team on the Blue Alliance, team 27470.
From Messmore Elementary School in Sterling Heights, Michigan, it's the Code Crushers.
But last but not least, rounding out this Blue Alliance, it's team 5954.
From Fenton, Michigan, it's the Lightning Bolts.
All right, looks like we've got thumbs up across the field. Let's get qualification match number 21 underway in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are underway in qualification match number 21. Some early shots from the Blue Alliance fall short. That's the Lightning Bolts. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance looking to fill up that ramp. Code Crushers in motion for the Blue Alliance as well. Their partners, it's the Lightning Bolts, putting some into the goal. Meanwhile, the Tech Dogs and Gibraltar Jedi putting some in for the Red Alliance, filling up that ramp in the autonomous period. Lightning Bolts adding more for the blue, along with the Tech Dogs on the Red Alliance side.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And as we enter the teleop period, it's advantage red, but still anyone's game. The Tech Dogs empty that ramp for the Red Alliance. All of our robots picking up artifacts. It's the Gibraltar Jedi putting some in on the red side. Lightning Bolts emptying that ramp on the blue side. Meanwhile, 23-0-26, the Tech Dogs from Harper Woods, launching some into the goal for the Red Alliance along with their partners, the Gibraltar Jedi. Code Crushers with a long shot for the Blue Alliance looking to respond. Red Alliance, both of those robots looking to line up some shots into the goal. Meanwhile, Lightning Bolts trying to respond on the Blue Alliance, and they do. Code Crushers have 3 artifacts inside their machine, looking to score for the Blue Alliance. Their shot goes long. Harper Woods Tech Dogs, theirs are short on the Red Alliance side. With just under a minute remaining, it's advantage red. The Gibraltar Jedi, 3 for 3. Their partners add some more. That's the Tech Dogs, 23-0-26. Meanwhile, 27-4-70 Code Crushers looking to line up some long shots. 23-0-26, continuing to score along with their partners, Gibraltar Jedi. Advantage red with 30 seconds remaining in qualification match number 21. All of our robots looking to pick up some artifacts. Code Crushers, that's 27-4-70, looking for a close shot on the Blue Alliance side. Meanwhile, 12-4-59 launches some into the goal for red. We are into the end game period. Our robots will look to park with 10 seconds remaining. All of our robots looking to get in parking position as time expires in qualification match number 21. Let's see our scores from qualification match number 20. And it's the Red Alliance with a score of 200-141. 4 ranking points to those teams on the Red Alliance.
All right, back over here on the Consumers Energy field for qualification match number 22. As first up over here on the red side, we have team 25819.
From Van Hoosen Middle School in Rochester, Michigan, it's Viking Force.
But last but not least, rounding out this Red Alliance, it's team 15465.
From Highlander Way Middle School in Howell, Michigan, it's Team Crash.
Across the field from them in blue, we have team 27583.
From Avondale Gifted and Talented Education in Auburn Hills, Michigan, it's Avondale Robo Jackets.
But last but not least, rounding out the alliance, currently ranked number 6, we have team 10136.
From Frost Middle School in Livonia, Michigan, it's Frost Robo Falcons.
All right, looks like we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get ready to play our next qualification match here on Marie Curie in 3, 2, 1, go!
We are underway on the Consumers Energy field for qualification match number 22. Both of our alliances starting out strong, launching artifacts into their goals. Robo Jackets line up a shot. It goes just wide. Meanwhile, the Frost Robo Falcons putting some in. That's Team 10-136. Meanwhile, 25-8-19. That's Viking Force putting up some shots for red. Frost Robo Falcons continuing to pour it on the Blue Alliance side. 15-4-65. That's Team Crash with some artifacts.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It's advantage blue as we enter the teleoperated period. Team Crash empties the ramp for the Red Alliance. We've got artifacts launching galore all across the field. It's the Frost Robo Falcons for the blue side. Robo Jackets looking to line up a shot as well. Their partners, Frost Robo Falcons, add on the Blue Alliance side. Meanwhile, 15-4-65, that's Team Crash, pouring some artifacts into the goal for the Red Alliance along with their partners, Viking Force collecting. Robo Falcons on the Blue Alliance side continue to fill that ramp, and now they empty it, looking to collect as many artifacts as they can. 25-8-19, Viking Force scoring for the Red Alliance. Team Crash emptying that gate and launching some, just bouncing out for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, their partners, Viking Force, adding on as they look to cut this Blue Alliance lead with just under a minute remaining. Robo Jackets continue to score for that Blue Alliance, filling up that ramp. 15-4-65, Team Crash launching from that launch zone far, far away. Viking Force adding for that Red Alliance. There's a fight for artifacts now for the Red Alliance as the Blue Alliance continues to pour them in. That's Robo Jackets and the Frost Robo Falcons. Meanwhile, Team Crash with that long shot adds a couple for the Red Alliance. Just under 30 seconds remaining, advantage blue, but still anyone's ball game. Robo Jackets line up a shot. They've got 3 artifacts. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3 for the Robo Jackets as we are into the end game period. All of our robots will look to park, getting a couple of extra points at the end of this match. 3, 2, 1, and time expires on qualification match number 22. Let's see our scores from match number 21. And the winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 131-95 ranking points going to our teams on that Red Alliance. Team 12-459 moving up into 9th, and 23-026 moving up into 12th.
Back over here on field 1 for qualification match number 23. As first up here on the Red Alliance side, currently ranked number 5, we have Team 13684.
From East Middle School in Canton, Michigan, it's Infinity Tech.
But rounding out this Red Alliance, we have Team 21331.
From Bowen Park Middle School in Troy, it's the Silver Hornets.
But across the field from them in blue, we have Team 23446.
From Armada Middle School, it's the Titanium Tigers.
But last but not least, rounding out the Blue Alliance, they faced the Infinity Tech here, face this team in the finals of your Royal Oak qualifier. It's Team 23596.
From Franklin, Michigan, it's the Berkshire Techno Tacos.
All right, looks like we've got thumbs up all around. Let's get ready to play qualification match number 23 on Marie Curie here in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are underway in qualification match number 23. Shots going up on both alliances here, as each of these alliances look to get an early lead in the autonomous period. Red Alliance shoots and scores. Meanwhile, 23-596, the Techno Tacos add for the blue side. 21-331, that's the Silver Hornets adding for red. This is a tight game in autonomous. Silver Hornets continue to launch for red as our robots lay motionless.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
It's a tight game as we enter teleop advantage red. 21-331, that's the Silver Hornets emptying the ramp for the Red Alliance side. Their partners 13-684 get going here. 23-596 for blue, that's the Techno Tacos scoring. Their partner, the Titanium Tigers, looking to do the same. Meanwhile, 21-331 adding some artifacts in the goal for the Red Alliance. 13-684, the Infinity Tech, scoring for red along with their partner Silver Hornets. It's advantage red, but the Blue Alliance is not out yet. 23-596 gathering some artifacts, shooting and scoring for the Blue Alliance. Their partners, it's out of Armada, the Titanium Tigers scoring as well. Blue Alliance looking to make a comeback. Meanwhile, 13-684, Infinity Tech scoring and emptying that ramp for the Red Alliance. 21-331 gather some artifacts. Meanwhile, Infinity Tech continues to score for red. 23-596 answers for blue. That's the Techno Tacos. Our team out of Armada, the Titanium Tigers, score once again for blue. 40 seconds remaining. It's advantage red in match number 23. Infinity Tech continues to score for the Red Alliance. Titanium Tiger shot just goes a bit wide. They get 2 to go through for the Blue Alliance. Techno Tacos add 1 for the Blue Alliance, and we've entered the end game period. 21-331, that's the Silver Hornets continue to score in that filled ramp for the Red Alliance. 13-684 adds 1 more for, that's Infinity Tech for the Red Alliance. Now our teams will look to park as time expires in match number 23. And we've got scores from match number 22. And the winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 161-145. 4 ranking points going to our teams on that Blue Alliance.
All right, welcome back over to field number 2, getting ready to introduce the teams in qualification match number 24. As first up over here on the red side, this team is currently ranked number 2. It's team 7253.
From Shelby Township, Michigan, it's the Raging Robots.
Their alliance partners in red, it's team 14010.
From Detroit, it's Techno Phoenix.
But across the field from them in blue, we have your first Blue Alliance robot, team 25912.
From Walled Lake, Michigan, it's St. William Crusader Bots.
But rounding out this Blue Alliance, we have team 25721.
From Canton, it's the Liberty Bees.
All right, looks like we've got thumbs up across the field. Let's get it ready to play our next qualification match here in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are underway for match number 24. 25-77-21, that's the Liberty Bees launching some artifacts into the goal for the Blue Alliance. Our red robots having a little bit of a collision here. Meanwhile, Liberty Bees continue to score for that Blue Alliance along with their partners. That's the Crusader bots looking to score from long range. Their shot goes a little too long. Meanwhile, 72-53, Raging Robots scoring for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And our teleoperated period is underway. All 4 robots in motion here. Liberty Bees emptying the ramp along with Raging Robots for the Red Alliance. 72-53, scoring some for Red. 14-0-10, their shots go a little short. Let's see if they can rebound here. Meanwhile, their partner 72-53, Raging Robots continue to score. That's our second-ranked team. 25-9-12, the Crusader bots respond for the Blue Alliance. Liberty Bees, 25-7-21, looking to line up a couple of shots as well. 14-0-10, that's Techno Phoenix looking to score for that Red Alliance, collecting some artifacts. It's advantage blue with 1:15 to go. 72-53 goes 2 for 3 on their shots for the Red Alliance. 25-9-12, that's the Crusader bots with some long shots for blue, while their partners, the Liberty Bees, empty the ramp. 14-0-10, that's Techno Phoenix looking to score on that Red Alliance. Their partners, Raging Robots, put a couple in as well. Liberty Bees collecting artifacts in front of the red goal. 45 seconds remain. It's a tight match. Small advantage to blue. Liberty Bees pour a couple of artifacts in for blue along with their partners 25-9-12. That's the St. William Crusader bots. 72-53. Raging Robots continue to pour them in for red while the Liberty Bees, that's 25-7-21, empty their ramp. And their shot just goes a little long. It's advantage blue as we enter the end game period. Liberty Bees continue to score on that Blue Alliance side. Techno Phoenix and Raging Robots score on red, looking to respond. Under 10 seconds remaining as these robots will put a last couple of shots in and look to park. 72-53, Raging Robots put one in as time expires on match number 24. We've got scores from match 23. And it's the Red Alliance. 181-143, 5 ranking points to our teams on that Red Alliance. Team 13-684 staying in 5th. 21-3-31 moves on up to 22nd. We're over on the Hilux field. Let's meet the teams for match number 25. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's team 15-7-19.
From Romulus, Michigan, it's the Blazing Bots.
They're joined by their alliance partner. It's 10-6-15.
The Jefferson Cyberdogs from Midland.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 11-7-17.
The Circuit Breakers from Troy.
And their partners, it's 32-4-60.
From Detroit, Michigan, they bring a lot of grit. It is Bowtech.
Is it okay if I stand right here? Okay. Announcing after. Don't have. Just give me a second, because I have one thing I've like I.
We are ready for match number 25 in the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
And it's a teleoperated period and qualification match 25, field number 1 here on Curie. We see lots of artifacts going in for both alliances. The circuit breakers, 11717, load up and they shoot and score again. They've got 3 more artifacts. Let's see if we can put them in the next few seconds. They shoot 3 and they get 2 in. Meanwhile, our Red Alliance also continues to score. And we move into the teleoperated period.
2, 1.
A very close match, 1 point apart. Blue has 37, Red's got 36. 23-460, that's Bowtech. Shooting some hard shots over at the Blue Alliance goal. They're into the launching area again. Oh, and now they're out. They're going to the long distance shooting area. They let 1 artifact go, but it doesn't quite make it to the goal. Meanwhile, Circuit Breakers also on the Blue Alliance, lining up to score. They put 1 in. And with a minute and 15 seconds left, Reds out to a lead 64 to a Blue 47. 10-6-15. That is the Jefferson Cyberdogs lining up to score over into the red goal again. As 11-7-1-7, that's Circuit Breakers, continues to score for Blue. We've got about 40 seconds left. Reds out ahead by 25. 15-7-19, that's the Blazing Bots. Looks like they're working some defense for that Red Alliance as we get closer to our end game. .32-460 lines up to shoot again as we are in our end game period. Circuit Breakers are well off the ground. If Bowtech can get completely in there, they did not. And this one on field number 1 is done. Okay, we're going to post the scores for match 24, but before we do, team at 25-912 has a yellow card, so that will result in a red win of 142 to 131. And that was team 25-912 over on the Blue Alliance. And that was for a human contact with the robot for too long. Thank you. Okay, also, we can post the official scores for match 25. Scores for match 25, they're coming up. And it's going to be a win for the Red Alliance. With a score of 122 to 102, the Red Alliance bringing home 3 ranking points.
We are over on the Consumers Energy field. Let's meet the teams for match number 26. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's 25-091.
25-091 is the Avondale Gatekeepers.
They're joined by their partner. It's 25-901.
The Eaglesaurus from Rochester Hills.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 1-5-5-5-5.
Our defending state championship from Saline, Michigan, it is the Swarm.
And their partners, it's 17-349.
From Royal Oak, it's a Paradox, episode 7. Okay, for our folks over on Curie, we're going to have a repost of qualification match 25. So let's see what the new official scores are. And it's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. 117 to 107. Blue Alliance bringing home 4, count them, 4 ranking points.
We are ready to start match number 26 on the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
And it's the autonomous period in qualification match 26 here on field number 2 at Curie. Lots of artifacts going into that blue goal, a few going in for red. As the swarm machine picks up some more alliances, they shoot 3 times, they score 3 times again.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we move into that tele-operated period. Blues up 47 to a red at 23. The swarm machine shoots twice, scores once, and they go back to get some more artifacts so they can continue to score from long distance for blue. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, 25-091. That's the gatekeeper machine from Avondale, also lining up to score for red. Let's see if they can get some of those long distance shots in. 3 shots made, 3 shots scored. $17,349 on the Blue Alliance. That's Paradox. Episode 7 gathers up a artifact for the Blue Alliance. They shoot once, they shoot twice, and they score both times as their partners also continue to score for blue. That's the Swarm, currently ranked number 7 here on Curie Field. 3 shots made from long distance. They all went outside of the arena. As those artifacts are being cycled back, we have 35 seconds left. Blues out to a commanding lead, 95 to a red 61. Red Alliance, 25-901. That's the Eaglesaurus machine. Headshot. They score 2 out of 3 times. And that's our end game. Our machines are moving towards their base so they can get some extra end game points. And with 5 seconds left, looks like these machines are pretty lined up. And this one on field number 2 at Curie is done.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 27. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's team 19250.
It's the Viking Bots from Saginaw.
And their alliance partners currently ranked first. It's 8533.
It's the CSA MS Miners from Brighton.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 21791.
From Detroit, it's G-Force.
And their alliance partner, it's 15638.
This one runs on electricity, but they're called the Steambots from Farmington Hills. the name of your academy school that you're from? Carroll, Stockwell, Prep Start. Get it? Thank you. I think this 8530. What's your next team? No, I know you guys. Your high school. Right.
We are ready to start match 27 on the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
And it's the autonomous period for qualification match 27 here on field number 1 at Curie. See a number of artifacts going in for our Blue Alliance. 85-33 from the Red Alliance scores 3. They scoop up 3 more. That one gem of a machine puts 3 more in. And they've got another 3. 9 scored by the Miners. And
3, 2, 1.
we move into the teleoperated period. Reds up 52 to a Blue 8. The Miners machine, that's the CSA Miners. Shooting from long distance and scoring for Red. They grab some more artifacts and move to score long distance again. Meanwhile, their partners on the Red Alliance, 19-250. That's the Viking bots. Also contributing to that red score. On the Blue Alliance, 21-791. Shoots, they score. In to gather some more. They've got 2 purple artifacts. They're shooting short distance, and they score 2 more. 15-638, the Steambots. Working, adding to that blue score. And with a minute left, Reds out to a big lead, 109 to a Blue 35. Blue continues to score, but they can't overcome that red lead. At least they haven't yet. And 85-33, the Miners still continue to shoot and score. 15-6-38, Steambots also continue to score, and we are getting close to endgame. Red still out to a substantial lead as these machines head towards their bases to line up for some extra endgame points. 2 of the blue machines getting rid of their artifacts, and with 1 second left, The match on field number 1 here at Curie is done.
While our volunteers work on calculating some scores, let's meet the teams for match number 28 on the Consumers Energy field. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's 27-470.
It's the Code Crushers from Sterling Heights.
And their alliance partner, 23-596.
Berkshire Techno Tacos from Franklin.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 14-790.
Coming to us from Bloomfield Hills, it is the Coding Cobras.
And last but not least, it's 27-583.
The Avondale Robo Jackets from Auburn Hills.
All right, we are ready to go in the Curie division for match number 28 in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's the teleoperated period in qualification match 28 here on field number 2 over on Curie. 3 of our 4 robots are moving. We see multiple artifacts going in over on the Red Alliance, a few going in for blue. As it looks like our coding Cobras machine is hung up in the launching area.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we move into the teleoperated period. Red's up 23 to a blue 19. 27-470. Over on the Red Alliance, that's the Code Crushers. They've got 3 artifacts in that machine. Let's see if they can shoot and score. Meanwhile, their partners come over. 23-569. That's the Berkshire Techno machine. And they score 3 times, and they score 3 times more. $14,790. The Coding Cobras sending some long distance shots in for blue. As 27,583, that's the Robo Jackets machine. Take some artifacts from their human player, long distance shoot for the blue goal, and they score. Many more artifacts going in for red, and with 45 seconds left, red's up 47 to a blue 63. The Berkshire machine shoots and scores for the Red Alliance again, as their partners, the Code Crushers. They shoot once, and they score once. And that is over the classifier, scoring some extra points for red. And we're 10 seconds left in our end game period. Got 1 blue robot in their base, 1 red robot completely in their base. And this one is done on field number 2 here at Curie. Okay, we're going to post 2 scores here. The first one is for qualification match 26. And it looks like it's going to be a win for the Blue Alliance. With a score of 130 to 84, Blue Alliance taking home 3 ranking points, Red Alliance taking home 1. And let's see the official scores for qualification match 27. This one's going to be a win for the Red Alliance also. 189 to 77. Red Alliance taking home 6, count them 6, ranking points for those 2 teams, keeping 85-33 in first place. That is 1 gem of a score. Ethan, are we ready to meet the teams for qualification match 29?
Oh, I'm real ready right now. We got the number 4 and number 5 here.
Well, let's see who they are. Our first team on the Red Alliance is 13-6-84.
This team is currently ranked number 4 from Canton, Michigan. It's Infinity Tech!
Next to them at the red driving station is 59-54.
From Fenton, Michigan, they're the Lightning Bolts.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 72-53.
Currently ranked number 5 from Shelby Township, they're the Raging Robots.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance is 21615.
From Plymouth, Michigan, it's Rocket Robotics.
And that rounds out our Blue Alliance. Okay, looks like we're ready for qualification match on field number 1 at Curie. Drivers ready in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away at the start of our next qualification match, we got 3 out of the 4 robots moving and scoring those artifacts for their alliances, as the raging robots over here in blue are putting in some work over on the Blue Alliance's goal, as their partners Rocket Robotics in blue also firing those off for their alliance. But it's 13684 Infinity Tech that is firing on all cylinders for their alliance here. As then 4 in hand, but they fire off those ones that they've got into the classifier.
Your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now the drivers take control, and it is a 1-point game going into this aforementioned driver control period. But Rocket Robotics might right away firing off an immediate salvo into the Blue Alliance goal going into the classifier ramp. Their blue partners, 7253, the Raging Robots, trying to do the same exact thing. Moving over to their human player station, coming back to the near launch zone. Infinity Tech trying to play some defense. Raging Robots trying to play defense against them. But the Raging Robots fires off 2 into the goal. Releases the gate for the Blue Alliance, but Infinity Tech fires off a perfect salvo into the Red Alliance goal. 5954, that's the Lightning Bolts, their Red Alliance partner. Fires off some artifacts of themselves and gets those into the classifier. But Infinity Tech is right back here, firing off 1, 2, 3. That's yet another perfect salvo for their alliance. 7253 doing the same exact thing over on blue, but they're releasing the gate to free up more 3-point artifact scoring spots for their alliance. Infinity Tech does the same exact thing over on the red side. Rocket Robotics collecting artifacts from their Blue Alliance secret tunnel, firing off from the far launch zone as they fire off a perfect salvo right now for their alliance. Infinity Tech still trying to move around Rocket Robotics, going over to their human player. As Infinity Tech is back over, they fire off 1, 2. They fire off 3, but they only get 2 of them in there. The Red Alliance is inching out their lead, but the Blue Alliance is hot on their heels as we're going into our endgame period that has just started right now with that train whistle. As we see Rocket Robotics attempting to position to try to get some more artifacts, but they decide to go get a possible perfect park in their blue zone, as the Raging Robots are the ones on blue, trying to get some last-minute parks as the Lightning Bolts are trying to lift up. We have Infinity Tech going to at least partially park underneath them, as both alliances do get 2 parks for the end of qualification match number 29. All right, looks like we've got the scores for qualification match number 28 going on the screen right now. As there we go, qualification match number 28. Going to see who wins, and it's the Red Alliance as they take that match home with a score of 126 to 100. And these Red Robots do just get the 3 ranking points after that win.
Ethan, let's meet our teams for qualification match 30 over here on field 2 at Curie. Our first team on the Red Alliance is 23-554.
One of your teams from Northfield, they're the Blue Goggles.
Next to them, 15-0-0-4.
One of your many teams from Troy, Michigan, it's Technologic.
Coming in from Wall Lake, Michigan, it is 25-9-12.
They're from the St. William School over there. It's the St. William Crusader Bots.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 32-4-60.
One of your rookie teams here this weekend from Detroit, Michigan, it's Bowtech.
Looks like we're ready to go over on Curie. Field number 2. Drivers, get ready. In 3, 2, 1, go.
So far, we've only got 2 or 3 robots moving, all 4 robots moving in succession with each other. But it's these Red Alliance robots that are firing away from both the near and far launch zones, courtesy of both Blue Goggles and Technologic. As it looks like the St. Williams Crusader bots from the back were trying to fire off those artifacts for their alliance. But Bowtech was trying to do the same, but they were doing it from the near launch zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But some last-second artifact shots, courtesy of Blue Goggles, means that the Red Alliance is starting to grow their lead going right into our driver control period over the Blue Alliance. With these blue robots, one of them is Bowtech right here, that's 32460, trying to position in the near launch zone to find that exact right spot where they want to fire from. As the St. William Crusader bots, that's 25912, tries to fire off those artifacts from the blue zone, but only gets one in. But Technologic trying to fire those artifacts off from the back. As the St. Williams Crusader bots looking to do the same as they fire off an accurate salvo, but only land 2 of them into the blue goal. As the Blue Goggles are trying to maneuver around Bowtech, trying to fire off those artifacts into the red goal from the near launch zone. As both Goggles and the Crusader bots moving back and forth from their human players to the launch zone as the Crusader bots fire 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal for them. They have a full classifier there now. But the Blue Goggles are doing the same regardless of the defense from Bowtech. At Technologic at the same time opens up the classifier ramp. So they open up more scoring opportunities for their alliance as the Crusader bots are once again firing away from the back launch zone as they land 2 of those into the classifier ramp anyway for their alliance. 33 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is still maintaining their lead over Blue, but the lead is still close enough that it'll absolutely be Blue Alliance's match if they can manage to come back, as the Crusader bots are trying to do the same exact thing. As going into our endgame period, they've been doing exactly what they do best, is firing from the back launch zone. But now these robots are attempting some last-minute artifact scores as Technologic does that. The St. Williams Crusader bot does also that. But these robots are trying to land some double parks as Technologic lands some artifacts into the classifier before the end of qualification match number 30. All right, looks like we've got scores for qualification match number 29. Qualification match number 29 scores. going up here on the screen, and it looks like we have the Blue Alliance victory, taking it home with a 2-point game of 149 to 147. And even though the Red Alliance does at least get 1 ranking point after that loss, these Blue Robots do get 5 ranking points, as 72-53 does move up into 4th place after that win.
Okay, Ethan, let's meet the teams for a qualification match 31 here on field number 1 at Curie. First up on the Red Alliance, 11-7-1-7.
One here, many teams from Troy, Michigan. They're the Circuit Breakers.
Next to them, 30-6-1-2.
This team is currently ranked number 5 from Rochester Hills. They're the Quantum Vikings.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 12-4-59.
Currently ranked number 7 from Gibraltar, Michigan. It's the Gibraltar Jedi.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 25-8-1-9.
One of your other Viking teams from Rochester Hills, it's Viking Force.
And those are our teams for qualification match 31. Okay, looks like we're ready for qualification match 31 over here on Curie. Drivers get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away, we've got all 4 of these robots once again moving and firing off those artifacts from both the near and far launch zone. What the Quantum Vikings over there on the red side, firing off those artifacts from the far. As Viking Force over on blue's doing the exact same thing. What the circuit breakers are just moving back and forth, firing off those artifacts from right in front of the red goal. As the Gibraltar Jedi is doing the exact same thing over on the Blue Alliance side.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As going into our driver control period, we have the Blue Alliance out to a slight lead over red. As 25819 immediately empties out the Blue Alliance classifier so the Gibraltar Jedi can fire off 1, 2, 3. They fire off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal, going right into their classifier. As the Quantum Vikings tries to play a little bit of defense over on Viking Force as they're moving around to their right spot where they want to launch from. As the circuit breakers accidentally move their alliance partner out of the way. With Quantum Vikings, as these Blue Alliance robots trying to do the same thing as they're firing off those artifacts first, as we might have a potential double park over here for the Red Alliance robots. But these blue robots are also at least parking for the end of qualification match number 31. All right, looks like we're ready to see scores for qualification match number 30. Scores for qualification match number 30 going up here on the screen. And it looks like we have a Red Alliance victory, taking it home with a score of 103-90. And there's a yellow card issued to 15004. But hey, that's still A-OK. They're still in this game as they get 4 ranking points alongside the blue goggles.
Ethan, are we ready to meet our teams for qualification match 32?
Oh, I'm really ready to meet these teams.
Okay, first off on the Red Alliance is 15719.
One of your teams from Romulus, they're the Blazing Bots.
Next to them, 21331.
Rounding out the alliance from Troy, Michigan, they're the Silver Hornets.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 25091.
From Auburn Hills, Michigan, they're the Avondale Gatekeepers.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, 19250.
From Saginaw, Michigan, they're the Viking Bots.
And that rounds out our teams for qualification match 32. Looks like we're good to go over on Curie Field number 2. Drivers are ready. And we're going to hold on for our scorekeeper. And he says we're ready. So, drivers ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
So our autonomous period started now, and 3 out of these 4 robots are moving trying to score those artifacts in this match as the Silver Hornets try to fire off a salvo into the Red Alliance goal, but they only land one of them as they're in position now. They did have some artifacts anyway, but they grab another one for their Alliance. They accidentally dropped that third one out of the field, but 25091, that's the Avondale Gatekeepers putting in work from the far launch zone.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are going into our driver control period, the Blue Alliance is out to enough of a lead over the Red Alliance to keep them in the lead so far, as the Red Alliance hot on their heels, trying to take this game back in their favor as the Avondale Gatekeepers fire 1, 2, 3. They fired off an accurate salvo, but only managed to land 2 of them into the blue goal. As the Viking bots, they're from Saginaw, doing the exact same thing, but they're doing it from the near launch zone from right in front of the blue goal. As over on the red side, we have the Blazing bots trying to get in position to fire off those green artifacts that they had. They fired off all 3 that they had, but they did at least land one of them into the red classifier. The Silver Hornets fire off a quick salvo, but also only get 1. But the Avondale Gatekeepers fire off a perfect salvo from the back launch zone as their Alliance partners, Viking bots, still trying to move around and collect those artifacts for their Alliance, as now that they have 3 in hand, they're moving back over for right in front of their blue goal. They fire 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of those artifacts going into the blue classifier. As one at least went into the overflow, as Silver Hornets once again fire off a perfect salvo alongside their Alliance partner over for the red side. As the Silver Hornets decide that they want to empty out their Red Alliance classifier so they can keep getting 3 points per artifact instead of 1 in the overflow. As these blue robots still trying to move around back and forth between their human players and their goal, trying to score whatever they can, as the Viking bots, just before our end game period starts, are keeping this in their favor as they fire off that last artifact while moving. It goes into the overflow ramp, but 2-1-3-3-1 once again fires off a perfect salvo for their Alliance, as it looks like both of these alliances are attempting dual parks for the end of qualification match number 32. All right, looks like we're ready to see some scores for qualification match number 31. Scores for qualification match number 31 going up here on the screen as we see the monument going up, and it is a Blue Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 194 to 107, and that is yet another 6 ranking point match here on the Marie Curie division going over to the Blue Alliance. Yeah, we're doing match 33.
Let's meet the teams for match number 33. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's team 15555.
One of your teams from Saline, Michigan, currently ranked number 7, it's Swarm!
And their alliance partners, it's 10016.
Currently ranked number 2 from Clarkston, Michigan, they're the Clarkston Robo-Wolves!
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 15465.
One of your teams from Howell, Michigan, it's Team Crash!
And last but not least, it's 21-791.
From Detroit, Michigan, it's G-Force.
We are ready to start match number 33 in the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
So once again, all these robots are moving around and firing off artifacts right away, as there's a lot of artifact scores on the Red Alliance side. As the Clarkston Robo Wolves empty out the Red Alliance classifier, they fire off another perfect salvo in there, trying to match up the purple-green-purple. As the Robo Wolves do that, they do it twice in a row here. As they're picking up those last artifacts, they have 2 motif patterns lined up. They fire off a third perfect salvo, lining up that motif pattern perfectly in the classifier for the Red Alliance.
3, 2, 1.
As some smart autonomous play, courtesy of both Swarm and the Clarkston Robo Wolves, means that these Blue Alliance robots have a tall order to climb if they want to try to come back in this match. But for the Blue Alliance, it's Team Crash firing off those artifacts from the far launch zone. As the Clarkston Robo Wolves tries to get in their way, they fire off a salvo but accidentally miss all those attempts that they made. But they have 2 artifacts again as they're trying to find that exact right spot where they want to be, right next to their alliance partners. It's Team Swarm. They decide to just release those artifacts for their alliance, trying to score those alongside the Robo Wolves, with both Team Crash and G-Force from the near and far launch zones respectively, trying to grab whatever artifacts they can to fire those off, as G-Force fires off that artifact, but some smart play out of the Robo Wolves. That some defense prevents them from scoring that one artifact that they had, but Team Crash is right back to the far launch zone as they fire off a full salvo but only land 1 of those, as Swarm is trying to do the same thing for Red, but they're doing it in the near launch zone, not making every attempt that they lend off, but they still have a massive lead over the Blue Alliance that G-Force is trying to remedy right now, as Crash is once again headed to the back launch zone. They fire 1. They got it. They try to fire 1 while they're spinning and accidentally send it out of the field. As the Robo Wolves, they're grabbing some artifacts from their human player, trying to get those motif points in position. They fire off 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo and lining it up with the motif pattern for their alliance. Just in time for our end game period to start here, they decide to release the gate, try to open up more spots for their alliance, as 15465 is lifting up for a potential double park. Robo Wolves and Swarm are just trying to double partial park inside their red zone, as we at least get a double park on each alliance for the end of qualification match number 33. All right, looks like we're ready to see scores for qualification match number 32. Scores for qualification match number 32 going up on the screen here. And it looks like we have the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 129-75. And these blue robots do just get the basic 3 ranking points after that win.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 34. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's Team 23-446.
One of your teams from Armada, they're the Titanium Tigers.
They're joined by their alliance partner, it's 14-010.
One of your other teams from Detroit, it's Techno Phoenix.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's 10-6-15.
From Midland, Michigan, they're the Jefferson Side Dogs.
And their alliance partner, it's 23-026.
One of your other dog teams here from Harper Woods, Michigan, they're the Harper Woods Tech Dogs.
We are ready for match number 34 in the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
So we also have these robots firing off those artifacts from both the near and far launch zones. We have 5 artifacts in the classifier to 4 in blue. As the Tigers, that's 2, 3, 4, 4, 6. Fire off a perfect salvo for their alliance as they pick up another 3 more. Or they pick up at least 2 more their robot handled. They fire 1, they got it. They fire 2, they've got it. As they fill up their classifier ramp and at least get 1 into the overflow, as the Blue Alliance does the same.
3, 2, 1.
As there's a 6-point difference going into our driver control period here. As these robots are still moving around, trying to fire off those artifacts as both Techno Phoenix and the Jefferson Side Dogs for each respective alliance, trying to fire those artifacts off from the near launch zone. But it's the Armada Tigers that are collecting those resources from their human player, trying to move back over to the far launch zone to launch off those artifacts. They fire 1, they've got it. Trying to get the second one, they have a green one. They're trying to find the right spot where they want it, maybe to get that dislodged and then start moving. But both the Harper Woods Tech Dogs and the Jefferson Side Dogs are putting in work, moving back and forth from their human player over to the near launch zone. As the Tech Dogs looking to get in position to fire off those 3 that they have in hand, as Techno Phoenix is trying to play some defense against Harper Woods' team here, as they fire off those artifacts, but only land 1 of them. But the Side Dogs fire off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal for their alliance as they fire 1 off for good measure. The Harper Woods Tech Dogs do mostly empty out their classified ramp so they can open up more 3-point scoring places for their alliance. As Techno Phoenix looks like they're still trying to play some defense against 2-3-0-2-6. But 2-3-4-4-6, trying to find the right spot where they want it, as they probably decided that they wanted to gift an extra artifact to me and the head referee over here. But now they're starting to fire those off over at the red goal. They fire 2 of them, but they both bounce out and out of the way. Techno Phoenix trying to move into the near zone to fire off those artifacts as the endgame period begins. So where we're going to see these artifacts fire off any last-minute scores and possibly go double park for their alliance, as Armada is trying to do the same, trying to position in their near launch zone, but they decide that they want to go double park with their Red Alliance partner, and these blue robots do the exact same thing for the end of qualification match number 34. All right, looks like we're ready to see some scores for qualification match number 33. Qualification match number 33 here, as you see the monument getting constructed, and it is a Red Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 142-94. And even though these red robots do just get the basic 3 ranking points for that win, the Blue Alliance doesn't come away empty-handed, as they at least get 1 ranking point.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 35 here on the Hilux field. Starting on our Red Alliance, it's 52-89.
From Goodrich, Michigan, they're the Martians.
Their alliance partner, it's 17-349.
One of your teams from Royal Oak, Michigan, it's Paradox, episode 7.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 10-136.
Currently ranked number 6 from Livonia, Michigan, it's the Frost Robo Falcons.
And their partners, it's 85-33.
This team is currently ranked number 1 from Brighton, Michigan. They're the CSA MS Miners.
We are ready for match number 35 in the Curie division in 3, 2, 1, go.
So we've got all 4 robots moving some part of their robot, trying to fire off those artifacts for their alliance. But both 8533 and 10136 taking care of business over there for blue as they're all firing those artifacts, all getting into the blue goal. 5289, that's the Martians looking to do the same thing for the Red Alliance side as 17349. Trying to just hang out and save some battery power, I guess, for the start of teleout.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now as our drivers take control, the CSA MS Miners already empty out their Blue Alliance classifier, so the Frost Rebel Falcons can fire off a salvo as they land 2 of those artifacts in there, but the MS Miners land a perfect salvo in there for their alliance, as they're still doing that same thing over and over as they have another unloaded classifier ramp, as both Paradox Episode 7 and the Goodrich Martians trying to get their get back in this match, as the Blue Alliance is only exponentially growing their lead, as Paradox decides that they want to fire off another artifact into the overflow this time, as they try to do the same thing again, but they accidentally launch it at the April tag, but the Martians decide they want to empty out their classifier ramp, open up more 3-point scoring spots for their alliance, with 8533 firing off those artifacts from the far launch zone, as they are being real accurate. Some are going in, some are not, but they're still keeping their lead over the Red Alliance alongside their partners, 10136. 50 seconds left in the match, and the Robo Falcons automatically empty out that classifier for their alliance as they throw off another 3. 8533 does the same exact thing, but they fire it off perfectly. Frost Robo Falcons looking to do the exact same thing alongside their alliance partners. 2 perfect salvos in a row, courtesy of both of these Blue Alliance robots, as they are keeping themselves way ahead of the Red Alliance here. But both Paradox Episode 7 and the Martians out of Goodrich trying to score whatever last-minute points they can as the endgame period begins, as 8533 decides that they want to try to score some last-minute artifacts from the far launch zone, as the Frost Robo Falcons decide that they want to try to get an early park, but 8533 looking to try to fire off a last-minute artifact, but they decide they want to go for an early endgame park, as both alliances do at least get 2 of those for the end of qualification match number 35. All right, looks like we're ready to see some scores for qualification match number 34. Qualification match number 34 here on the Marie Curie division. And it looks like we have the Blue Alliance winning that match with a score of 148. Hey, that's the Robo Wranglers to 101. And these blue robots do get 5 ranking points after that win.
We are back on the Consumers Energy field for the last match of the day in the Curie division. Match number 36. Let's meet our teams. Starting on the Red Alliance, it's 23-392.
Currently ranked number 2 from Rochester Hills, they're the Viking Innovators.
And their partner, it's 25-721.
One of your teams from Canton, Michigan, they're the Liberty Bees.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 15-638.
From Farmington Hills, Michigan, they're the Steambots.
And their alliance partner, it's 25-901.
Another one of your teams from Rochester Hills, it's Eaglesaurus.
We are ready for match 36, the last match of the day on Curie Field. In 3, 2, 1, go!
As we got all 4 robots on the field, once again moving right away and scoring those artifacts in this match. As 2-3-3-9-2 for red has their first perfect salvo for red. Firing off another one, that's 2 perfect salvos in a row for them. As your robot named Chrome Dino over here, it's 15638. Trying to fire off those artifacts into the blue goal as they at least land one. But the innovators have enough time to fire off another salvo, but they do at least have 8 artifacts in the red classifier.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As some nice autonomous play coming out of both the Liberty Bees and the Viking Innovators means that they are out to a lead over our Blue Alliance robots right now. But it looks like Eaglesaurus over here in blue, that's 25901, trying to get those artifacts in the right spot as they fire off that one artifact that they had and landed straight into the blue goal. And their Alliance partners, that's the Steam Bots, that's 15638, trying to grab some more artifacts from their human player. And Eaglesaurus coming right back to the near launch zone as they fire it off. It bounces off the goal and back into the field. As the Steam Bots try to fire off those artifacts, they at least land one of them into the classifier anyway. But the Liberty Bees are positioning right alongside the Viking Innovators, firing off any of those artifacts that they can get as they're both doing it from the near launch zone. Eaglesaurus once again, they have an artifact in hand trying to fire it off. They launch it at the April tag instead as 3 of these robots once again firing off from the near zone. As the Liberty Bees are successful on those last attempts of artifacts that they had as they collected another 3 from their human player. They're moving back over right alongside their partners, the Viking Innovators, trying to keep this game in their favor, but 38 seconds left in the match. 99-37 are the scores. Blue still has time to come back if they have the ability as 25901 trying to move their Spindexer around in the right spot to get that artifact out and into their launcher. But the Steam Bots are firing off those artifacts once again as that whistle means that we are in our endgame period as we're already seeing these Blue Alliance robots go for a potential double park as it looks like they've obtained it for themselves right now. But both the Viking Innovators and the Liberty Bees try to fire off some last-second artifacts as they get to double park just in time for the end of qualification match number 36. All right, looks like we're ready over here to see the scores for qualification match number 35. Match 35, we see the scores coming up on the screen, and we have the Blue Alliance winning that match, taking it home with a score of 214-162. And the red robots don't come away empty-handed as they at least get 1 ranking point. But both of these blue robots getting 4 ranking points means that 10136 does retain 6th place, and 8533 does retain 1st place after that win. All right, well, looks like we're ready to see the scores for qualification match number 36. Scores from qualification match number 36 going up here on the screen. And it looks like we have the Red Alliance winning that match with a score of 135-60. And these blue robots do get 1 ranking point after that loss. But both of these red robots getting 4 ranking points means that the Liberty Bees move up into 25th place, but the Viking Innovators move down to 5th after that win.